All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Or good evening na yata. Gandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. On the part of the Senate, the Bicameral Conference Committee meeting on the disagreeing votes on House Bill number 4058 for the fiscal year 2026 GAB is hereby resumed.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the House of Representatives, we would like to call this bicameral. My apologies. We would like to resume this bicameral conference committee meeting on the disagreeing votes on House Bill number 4058 or the fiscal year 2026 General Appropriations Bill.
Thank you, Committee. On the part of the Senate, let me just recognize the presence of Senator Ryan Leagogo, Senator Kiko Pangilinan, Senator Erwin Tulfo, and Senator Amy Marcos. Sir. Yes.
On the part of the House, I would like to recognize the presence of our Bicameral Conference Committee conferees, the Honorable Alan T., the Honorable Marcelino Libanan, the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez, the Honorable Maricar Zamora, the Honorable Christine Singson Mihan, the Honorable Albert Garcia, the Honorable Pepito Alvarez, the Honorable Brian Yamsuan, the Honorable Javi Benitez, and the Honorable JJ Romualdo.
Yes, go ahead, Senator Kiko.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Just a manifestation. We'd like to apologize to our counterparts in the House if we requested for a later time to convene. Originally, we said we would convene at 2 o'clock, and then we requested that it be at 3 o'clock, and so that the public likewise is aware why the delay has taken place. It's because some of our colleagues in the Senate raised some concerns about some of the items that have been tackled and will be tackled, and we felt the need to convene I wouldn't say emergency, but a meeting to be able to thresh these matters out, and it took us about almost 2 hours. Or an hour, almost 2 hours. Yes. And that's why we apologize for the delay. For the record, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for expressing our apology to our counterparts, House counterparts. I know that the House contingent was here early, and we, again, on behalf of the Senate contingent, we apologize for the delay. And well, we can already proceed with our item for today.
Just a quick response to Senator Kiko. We appreciate it and we understand po when we were informed about it earlier today. We understood the situation and we were ready. We readily gave our acceptance, approval of the proposal. So on the part of the House, thank you po for giving us some time also to do a huddle for about an hour that further delay the proceedings. We appreciate the understanding of our colleagues in the Senate. And we're looking forward to proceeding with the rest of the meeting for today. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Chairperson.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Madam Chair, I have a manifestation and observation. While we were having a picture right there, can you flash the title of this bicameral committee? Because it says there, Bicameral Conference Committee on disagreeing votes. Huh? How can there be a disagreeing votes? See? So it seems to be not in the proper English language, nor the context that we have. How can there be? There are many concurrences that we have. So provisions, because the procedure is, conflicting provisions, because the procedure is original, is exclusive, it will exclusively originate in the House. So we have the original provisions. And then the Constitution, Article 6, the legislature, Section 24 says, but the Senate may propose or concur with amendments. So you have your amendments, we can see them. And so these are the amendatory provisions. So we cannot have disagreeing votes. How can we have disagreeing votes?
We have not voted yet.
We have not even voted when we start. How can that be? So this is a wrong English. I suggest we put the disagreeing provisions because from the original, we have now the mandatory. How can there be disagreeing votes?
Thank you for that, Congressman Rufus. I was just conferring with the Senate Secretariat. The explanation to me is because we're tackling the House bill, and there's only one bill that we are tackling today, which is the General Appropriations Bill. That's why the correct term, or the term that should be used, is votes instead of disagreeing provisions, because there's no other bill that are being discussed. So there's only one bill. So, but just to move forward with this, and I acknowledge your comments on this, we are requiring the Secretariat to look into this matter and again do some more research on the previous Bicameral Conference Committee on what terminologies that they used.
Mr. Chairman, irrespective of the previous ones, if it's wrong, it's wrong. And it is, well, it is true, the other bicameral conference committees are about two bills passed by the House and passed by the Senate. That's fine. So provision. However, even in this particular instance, House Bill 4058 originates from the House. So we have the original provisions. And then you discuss it, and you have under the Constitution, the provisions to amend it, either concur or amend. So I think we should change this because those reading us, disagreeing votes. How can we have that, Mr. Chairman? So I hope that we change it now so that we are right, disagreeing provisions of the House Bill number 4058, original and amendatory provision. There are no insertions from the Senate. That's why people say they're inserted the senators. No, the senators are amending it or concurring with it. It's only in the BICAM where there can be insertions. And so the Senate is doing its job, and it is really amendments under the Constitution. So let us be able to change that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Correct. Well, let me direct the committee secretary to just remove this cover page for now. I think that's a better compromise moving forward. But we acknowledge your comments, Congressman Rufus, and we acknowledge your legal expertise in terms of these matters. So for now, we'll just remove it, and we'll request the committee secretary to look into this. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that matter up. All right. So the department on hand right now is the Department of Public Works and Highways. So we'll allow the House to present the General Appropriations Bill. Yeah.
Senator Win, with the permission of the Senate panel, before going to the numbers, I would first like to request that we give Secretary Vince Dizon the opportunity to present with regard to one of the most pressing factors in the discussion around DPWH, which is the my apologies, there was a really bad feedback in the room, which is to give Secretary Vince the opportunity to present and explain with regard to one of the points of contention, which is with regard to the CMPD reduction.
Before that, Madam Chairperson, I was going to raise that later on, but since you've raised this, last night while we were conducting our bicameral conference committee hearing, the DPWH posted a statement in their social media page, and just allow me to read the statement of the DPWH. The Department of Public Works and Highways has requested the Senate of the Philippines to restore the deducted amounts from the projects in the 2026 DPWH proposed budget as a result of the reductions in the Construction Materials Price Data, or CMPD. The DPWH has asked that it be allowed to implement the project cost changes using the updated CMPD special issuance in the exercise of its executive functions in order to ensure its proper execution. The motion for reconsideration is made to ensure that the detailed process of applying the new CMPD will be followed to avoid inaccurate costing and potential project unimplementability, which may lead to underspending and related legal and administrative issues. To ensure that DPWH implementing offices will strictly comply with the updated CMPD, a department order has been issued which strictly mandates the following. One, follow a workflow to adjust all pay items in the programs of work, POW, using the updated CMPD. Revise all approved budgets for contracts, require detailed documentation and quality assurance, and mandatory compliance prior to the procurement. The department assures that the Senate and the House of Representatives that the updated CMPD will strictly implement at the regional and district engineering offices, and that failure to comply with this order shall be subject to administrative sanctions under existing civil service and department rules, as well as filing of appropriate administrative and/or criminal charges under relevant laws. So this was issued by DPWH last night. And the context of this, Madam Chair, and to our colleagues from the House of Representatives, is during our budget hearings, two budget hearings in the Senate, we asked the DPWH. Dahil alam namin na itong budget na ito ay ginawa nung dating administration na si Secretary Bonoan pa ang gumawa. No? At dahil maraming nangyaring hindi magaganda o anomalya doon sa kanyang administrasyon, at nakita naman ho natin yung issue ng flood control, issue ng mga SOP, issue ng mga overpricing, issue ng lagayan, issue ng ghost projects. Tinanong namin ito kay Secretary Vince Dizon dahil siya na yung pumalit na bagong kalihim po ng DPWH. Tinanong ho namin yan. Senator Lauren was there, no, in the two hearings about this issue of overpricing. During that hearing, sinabi niya na meron ngang overpricing in the past. No? At meron ngang mga presyo na hindi naman tama sa presyo ng panahon. Ibig sabihin, mas mababa ang presyo ngayon. So sabi niya, dahil mas mababa ang presyo ho ngayon, yung presyong nasa loob ng budget, mas mataas yun kumpara sa presyo ngayon. Kaya nga ho sila nag-issue nitong bagong construction materials price data, CMPD. Nag-issue ho sila nitong CMPD, mas mababa po yung presyo. At yung presyo na yon ay gumawa ho sila ng formula, ito ho yung tinatawag nilang adjustment factor, at yun naman po ang in-apply ho ng Senado sa presyo ng mga projects na nasa loob ng budget. Yun po yung in-apply ho namin. So ang ibig sabihin ho nito, Madam Chairperson, that the adjustment factors came from DPWH, and the statement that there were overpriced items in the budget came from DPWH. And we support that. Because gusto ko nga ho natin, mas mura, mas mababa yung presyo, at dapat po yung budget ay sumasalamin sa presyo ho ng panahon na mas mababa. Lalo na sa ganitong konteksto na marami ho tayong mga kababayan na nagagalit dahil po dito sa flood control issue. Marami ho tayong mga kababayan na nagagalit dahil sa overpricing at SOP. Ginawa ho ng Senado, pinababa na ho namin yung presyo. No, para makatipid tayo, no? At pangalawa, wala na hong mangyayaring overpricing ho sa loob ng budget. So yun po yung ginawa po ng Senado. Kaya yun po yung ang konteksto nitong statement na ho ito.
Senwin, if I may respond, ito po kasi, meron naman po tayong parehong pagkakaintindihan patungkol sa overpricing. I think both houses, both panels recognize that there has been a situation where there was overpricing in the estimates of the past, and SecVince has acknowledged that as well. Maybe perhaps the main point of contention is the application of these CMPD reductions. From what I read in the statement of SecVince that Senwin just read now, is that there is let me just quote that part. If such process is not followed, this will inevitably result in the potential unimplementability of projects due to inaccurate costing. So I think the concern of Secretary Vince is how the adjustment factor that was shared was applied in the projects. That ang posibleng mangyari kung ganun kalaki sa kasalukuyan o hindi ganun kalaki, kung ganun yung application sa iba't ibang mga proyekto na ginawa yung across the board na pag-deduct sa ibang mga project na hindi tinitignan isa-isa yung mga proyekto, posibleng hindi ma-implement yung mga proyekto. Ano ang implikasyon na ito? Imbes po na makatipid yung ating gobyerno, imbes po na ang pinupunterya lang natin ay yung parte na overpriced, ang mangyayari po, hindi talaga i-implement yung kabuuan ng proyekto. Humingi po ako ng paunang data mula po sa DPWH, and I will let Sec Vince explain the point later. But you are looking at potentially 200 billion pesos in unimplementable projects. 400 billion kasi yung affected, 400 billion pesos yung affected projects. As much as 200 billion projects can become unimplementable. So, tignan lang po natin yon mula po sa perspective ng ano po ang tama nito sa ating ekonomiya, gaano po karaming tao ang mawawalan ng trabaho. Siguro po, nagbigay naman po rin ng assurance si Secretary Vince na i-implement po itong reduction sa presyo. Babawasan po talaga yung presyo, pero ang kahilingan lang po ng DPWH ay kung pwede po, bigyan po sila ng pagkakataon na i-apply itong CMPD reduction sa bawat proyekto. At hindi po natin kayang gawin to sa pagitan ng araw na to at sa susunod na linggo kung kailan kailangan nating pirmahan yung budget. Pero ang assurance naman po na ibinigay ni Sec Vince ay babawasan talaga yung presyo. Pero hindi pa nila kaya i-determine sa punto na ito kung gaano kalaki talaga yung ibabawas na presyo sa bawat proyekto. I'll let Sec Vince explain that. That is my understanding of the letter that he sent to the Bicameral Conference Committee yesterday. But I will let Sec Vince explain the point later.
Mr. Chair.
Before I recognize Senator Erwin, kami naman sa Senado, Chairperson Mika, gusto rin namin ma-implement yung mga proyekto. Gusto rin ho namin makita yung mga proyekto na mangyari, mapatupad ho yun. Pero ang hindi ho gusto ng Senado ay mag-approve tayo ng budget na overpriced yung amounts o yung presyo na nasa loob ng budget. At alam ho natin na hindi ito budget na ginawa ni Secretary Vince. Ito po ay ginawa pa ng bagong administrasyon ng DPWH na alam rin natin na ngayon ay kinakasuhan at nasasangkot sa maraming anomalya. Kaya ang kami sa Senado, at hindi lang po ang Bicameral Conference Committee conferees, kung hindi I speak on behalf of the other senators and also the leadership of the Senate. Napag-usapan ho namin ni Senate President Tito Soto at iba pang mga kasamahan naming senador na hindi ho kasama dito sa conferees, kundi kasamahan ho namin sa buong Senado, na ang gusto ho natin ay masigurado na itong budget na approve ho natin ay hindi ho overpriced, ay hindi po nanggaling sa mga materyales na napakamahal. Dahil ang konteksto ngayon, ang tao wala nang tiwala Wala na hong tiwala dito sa gobyerno ho natin at sa mga proseso ho natin. Kaya ang pinakamagandang paraan para ibalik ho yung tiwala nila ay magkaroon ng budget na tama po ang presyo. At ito na yung pagkakataon ho natin dahil binabalangkas na ho natin itong budget na ito. Ito na ang pinakamagandang pagkakataon na mapakita ho natin na kahit nasa presyo, tama po yung ating ina-approve na budget.
Sanwen, lilinawin ko po, matibay po at malinaw din yung panindigan ng Kongreso. Kaisa niyo po kami. Tatanggalin po natin tong parte ng budget, ng pera na nakaukol sa mga projects na considered na overpriced. Ang sinasabi lang po natin, pakinggan po natin si Sec. Vince para po maipaliwanag niya na kung ngayon pa lang kakaltasin na maraming mga projects na hindi mai-implement dahil nasobrahan po sa kaltas. Yung iba naman po nakulangan sa kaltas. So, yun lang po siguro yung pinag-uusapan natin. Kaisa niyo po kami, gusto nating tanggalin yung parte na overpriced. Pero siguro po, mas malinaw, kung okay lang po, Senwin, let's turn it over to Sec. Vince. If I may make a motion to please invite Secretary Vince Dizon to be a resource person to the
Secretary,
Bicameral
second
Conference.
motion.
Before we call the resource persons, allow the members to say their piece and also to echo their sentiments para ho at least malaman ho natin lahat kung ano yung sa loobin po ng isa't isa.
Senwin, if I may, kasi po, perhaps the best approach would be to let Sec. Vince present, and then if all the conferees have questions, because he will be the best person to answer the
Actually,
questions.
with all due respect, dahil pinag-aralan din ho namin to, no? Itong
Pinag-aralan
situation.
din po
Kaya
natin
nga,
to.
mas
Alam
maganda
natin
ho,
yan lahat.
siguro bago ho natin patawag siya, ay bigyan ho natin pagkakataon po ang isa't isa na magbigay ho ng kanilang pahayag. So we recognize Senator Erwin too.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair. Gusto ko lang po maliwanagan na bakit po natin ipapatawag ang Secretary po ng Department of Public Works and Highways. And when in fact this is a Bicameral Conference Committee, conference po between the lower house and the upper chamber. Di po ba ng Congress and the Senate. Wala naman po nakalagay dito na kasama po executive. Ang tanong ko po kasi, we have given them ample time, Madam Chair, to the opportunity to explain during the committee hearings. Committee hearing po sa Congress, committee hearing po namin dito sa Senate, ganun din po sa plenary debate sa Congress, plenary debate dito sa Senate. Ang worry ko lamang, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, is that we might be creating a precedent na baka hindi na po tayo matapos na tuwing pag meron po tayong pagdidiskusyonan na budget ng isang department o ng ahensya, kailangan po natin ipatawag lagi ang secretary para magpaliwanag sa Bicameral Conference Committee, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair.
Senwin, I'll defer to Representative Rufus
Yeah, Mr.
Rodriguez
Chairman.
to respond.
This is a plenary conference committee. And any committee in Congress, whether it is in the House or in the Senate, has the power to be able to have resource persons to explain things that may not be very clear to everyone. And so we have the power to invite, and precisely there is now an issue on the price index. And therefore, we are saying that let us listen. We will not agree, we may agree, but the point is that transparency requires that we hear the executive. After all, it's the executive that will implement what we will pass. And if the executive says that these are the things that they have to consider, and since they are the ones implementing, Congress does not implement projects. So that is why we are requesting just to hear. We are not going to say that we're going to agree to the letter or the recommendation, but let us hear the real resource person, the agency lodged with the public works and highways of this country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before I address that issue, allow me to recognize. No.
It's important that we put things in the proper perspective. Hindi po Senado ang nagtakda ng presyo. Lahat po ng nakalap naming impormasyon ay ayon sa Department of Public Works and Highways. That's very clear. We did not measure roads. We did not weigh sand and gravel. Hiniling po namin, ayon sa aming mga hearing at plenary session, ang impormasyon sa Department of Public Works and Highways. Example, tayo po ay nagsisiyasat ng CMPD. Siguro kalahati sa kwartong to o baka iiba hindi alam yung CMPD. That's the cost materials price data. Para malaman natin magkano ba ang asfalto, ang hot mix per metric ton. Sa previous cost, yung nakaraang cost, dahil sinabi sa mga Blue Ribbon hearing, sinabi sa maraming mga hearing, galing na rin sa executive, hindi sa Senado. 13,863.85. Ito po ay galing sa DPWH. Tapos, nagsumite ang executive, ang DPWH sa chair. Pati kay Senator Lacson, na Blue Ribbon Chair, updated cost 6,961.32. I-add po nyo yan ay kalahati. Isa lang po yung asphalt mix, steel sheet pile, U-type per kilogram, 62.07 cost dati. Pag sinabing cost dati, yun daw ang ginagamit ng DPWH dati. Pero yung updated cost, ayon din sa DPWH ngayon, 39.89. Di halos kalahati, 2/3. Marami pa po, hindi naman tayo magko-construct ng bagong PICC. I just put that on record so that it's in historical knowledge and in history, hindi po Senado ang nagtalaga ng presyo ng sand and gravel at ng semento. Ito po ay galing sa DPWH. So, in all fairness to the chair and to the leadership of the Senate whom we met today, Senate President Soto advised us to speak for and in behalf of the Senate leadership that we, based on our knowledge, and that is our job as national officials to get information from the executive. Hindi naman po kami nagising at sabi namin gusto namin, ibaba ang presyo. Siyempre gusto natin. But this is data-driven. It's based on science. And it came from the agency of government. And so they submitted that to us, and therefore, they computed. We are willing to listen, of course. We are reasonable people. That's why we serve the people. But let it be very clear, the senators did not invent the numbers. These are from the Department of Public Works and Highways, the previous administration, and the new incumbent administration. In fact, it was live streamed. You can go back in your records. No less than Secretary Vince Dizon said to the chair, ibaba nga nyo, tanggalin yung mga proyektong to mula sa 800 plus na flood control, naging 625, pwede pa nyong ibaba. Sige, kasi hindi pa namin kayang masukat lahat dahil bago lang ako ilang buwan. So ibaba nyo. And that is the basis. We did not, and the chair did not put down the cost unilaterally, arbitrarily. It is data-driven. All the facts, many more, came from the Department of Public Works and Highways. Having said that, I am certain that our colleagues in the House of Representatives want a budget reflective of what is due to the people. If it's a farm-to-market road, we don't want it overpriced. If indeed it's 10 million per kilometer, it should be such. If it's 15 million, kung tumaas na ang presyo. Kung magkano ang graba, ayaw natin ng doble ang presyo. Kasi ang ginagastos natin, pero ng taong bayan. Diba? Pag nagtatayo tayo ng bahay kubo, alam natin magkano ba ang kogon, magkano ba ang kawayan, magkano ang konti ng semento. So, I am just clarifying all that, lest it be misconstrued that the Senate invented the numbers just to bring down the cost. Yes, we all want a lower cost, but these were inputs submitted to the Senate by the Department of Public Works and Highways. And I speak like this in behalf of the Senate leadership because we had a caucus 2 hours earlier. I appreciate the patience of our colleagues in the House of Representatives. Thank you.
We recognize Senator Amy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Madam Chair. Following on to Senator Legarda's statement, let us first clarify that there has been ample time. August 31 was the appointment date of Secretary Dizon. That was quite a few months ago, during which period, nakailang beses siyang humarap sa Senado, paulit-ulit po ang tanong namin kung talagang sapat itong budget na nilaan. I quote verbatim, September 18, the Department of Public Works and Highways slashes 255 billion worth of locally funded flood control projects from the 2026 budget. And may I quote verbatim, we are revising the agency's budget. Nanggaling sa kanila po. We have removed complicated projects, overlapping projects that are still receiving funding or that have been allocated funding for 2026. Verbatim po, siya nagsabi niyan. Hindi kami nag-imbento niyan. Ngayon, sabi niya na re-review na raw nila yung initial proposal, nagtanggal sila ng 55.53 billion worth of duplicate or complicated projects or completed overlapping projects. Ang ibig ba sabihin, i-restore yung mga duplicated, completed, and overlapping projects? Doon ako nagtataka. At ano ang garantiya natin na sa loob ng 2 buwan na naman, after 2 months, he may change his mind again, as he has apparently yesterday. So from September 18, kahapon, December, nako, baka naman sa Pebrero, iba na naman ang usapin. Ayoko naman ng ganito. Ano kaya talaga ang direksyon natin? Hindi po ito nanggaling sa amin. Narinig naman ninyo verbatim ang quote na yan. Yan ang press release ni Secretary Dizon.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Pepito Alvarez and then Representative Libanon.
Tama po si Senador Loren, tama rin si Senador Marcos. Ngunit bigyan ko lang ng example na hindi mo ma-apply ito sa lahat ng project sweeping po. Na halimbawa, MBUC, yung asphalt overlay, Mr. Chair. Sa Northern Palawan, ang presyo ng aggregates at saka graba, saka yung buhangin, 1,000 because we have 26 rivers. Napakaraming buhangin doon. Ngunit sa norte, wala ho masyadong ilog. Nag-i-import sila from Mindoro. Lalagay ko lang sa tamang perspective din. So, kung ang MBUC application, yung asphalt overlay for the whole of Palawan, tanggalan mo ng 50%, yung norte, hindi mo mapagawa. Sa SOR, pwede. Kasi yun na yung ultimate measure ng DPWH eh. At saka I'll put it on record, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, this representation was the one who complained to Secretary Bersamin to remove the 255 billion of people's money from the DPWH budget. It is not a unilateral move from the Department of the Public Works and Highways na sila ang nagtanggal. Ako po, personally, nag-complain doon kay Secretary Bersamin nung nandoon siya sa amin sa House. Habang nalulunod ang buong bansa sa flood control, kung maaari, tanggalin mo muna itong 255 billion na ito. Kasi kung hindi namin tatalakayin yung budget ng executive, ibalik muna namin sa inyo. Kinahaponan, na-inform kami na in-instructionan siya ni Pangulo, tanggalin niyang 255 billion na yan. Dito po nanggaling sa akin ang pagtanggal ng flood control. Kasi ang flood control, alam ko po, talagang overpriced. Okay? So ang flood control, pwede mong apply yung overpriced provision. But kung gagawa ka ng MBUC, walang graba sa Northern Palawan, 600 kilometers po ang distansya ng buong Palawan. When you construct in the southern portion, napakaraming buhangin. Sa norte, halos walang graba doon kasi maliliit ang ilog. Puting buhangin lang ang norte. Yun po ang difference. Ang gusto ko lang, mapakinggan natin si Secretary Vince na wag sweeping. Kapag 50% ang MBUC, hindi pare-pareho ang Palawan. Isang probinsya lang yun. Sa Cebu, might be the same. Kasi nag-i-import din sila. Wala sa masyadong graba sa Cebu eh. Nag-i-import din sila. Sa Bohol, wala rin masyadong graba. But in Northern Mindanao, marami po aming graba doon. Sa ibang lugar, hindi ko alam. Kaya nakikiusap kami na pakinggan yung para madinig ng buong bayan. Si Secretary Vince, kasi meron na siyang ginawang ratio eh. Ito na. Pakinggan muna natin. Kasi kami, sa Kongreso, ayaw din namin ng overpriced project. Hindi pwede yun. Hindi lang Senado ang may gusto. Kami, number one. Ako mismo, nagpatanggal ng 255 billion. And that is on record in the House. Thank you. Can I reiterate the motion to invite Secretary Vince para madinig ng buong bansa na hindi pare-pareho. Pag 50%, dapat per project ang implementation. Yun lang ang pakiusap. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Alvarez, and to Chairperson Mika. Dahil nga dito sa statement na ito at meron ho nga nakasulat ho dito, to avoid inaccurate costing and potential project unimplementability, at ito ay isang apela sa Senado, gusto rin ho namin marinig yung kanyang pag-aanalisa dito po sa isyung ito, itong CMPD/adjustment factors. Pero for the record again, nung nagkaroon ho kami ng 2 hearing sa Senado, klarong-klaro na sinabi niya na maraming overpriced na items sa loob ng budget. At tingin ko, hindi ho tayo magdedebate na ayaw natin yung overpriced item sa budget. Pare-pareho tayo lahat. Hindi ho tayo magdedebate doon. Ang gusto ho natin, isang budget na malinis, isang budget na ang kanilang presyo ay totoong presyo at reasonableng presyo. Yun naman ang gusto nating lahat. Dahil kung tayo ay mag-approve ng proyekto o ng budget ngayon na overpriced, babalik tayo sa dating problema. Yun doon naman ho kami nanggagaling. At again, sabi nga ni Senator Loren, itong application ng CMPD adjustment factor nanggaling ho to sa DPWH. Hindi ho kaya ng Senado, wala ho kaming mga engineers, wala ho kaming mga taong kayang mag-apply ng ganun. Ito galing ho sa DPWH. Kaya doon ho namin kinuha at for the record, sinupply rin ho sa amin yung mga adjustment factors na yun formally at doon ho namin in-apply. Dahil sa Senado, ang aming direksyon ay ma-apply yung tamang presyo sa mga proyekto. So,
Madam
sige po.
Chair?
Yeah.
Yes, very quickly,
Madam Chair.
Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, very quickly. Hindi lamang kasi yung overpriced sa flood control ang ating concern. In fact, yung hearings dun sa classroom acceleration measure, pati yung DPWH classrooms, overpriced, lumalabas. Kaya kung sinabi nilang overpriced, yung secretary mismo, tapos ngayon ay sinasabing aprubahan natin, ibalik natin yung pricing, ayaw nating pikit matang mag-aaproba at tatanggapin yung kanyang paliwanag na biglang parang 180-degree turn siya, no? Nagbaliktad. Yung dating overpriced, gusto niyang i-restore. Yun ang concern namin. Yung dating sinabi niyang overpriced, ngayon gusto niyang ibalik. Tama ba yun? Kaya dapat lang magpaliwanag siya.
Madam Chair, maraming salamat po sa comment ng mga senador.
Minority Leader Libanan.
Thank you po, Mr. Chairman. Maraming salamat po. Ang isang kailangan nating i-consider din po dito, na hindi lang tayo nag-a-appropriate ng pondo. Ang importante, nag-a-appropriate tayo ng pondo na mai-implement. Kasi kung hindi po ito ma-implement ng tama, walang saysay maglagay ng pondo dito. At sinusuportahan ko po yung pag-imbita sa ating sekretary. Maraming salamat po.
Mr. Chair, I support the request for Secretary Dizon to explain to both houses and to everyone so that we can be clarified. Anyway, from the beginning, sila naman sa DPWH ang nagbigay sa atin ng impormasyon, so we see how it will be revised, amended, taken back, or just explained para maliwanag. So I join the House in asking him to explain to all of us if that's fine with the body.
Before we invite Secretary Vince, the last words from
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Senator Kerwin.
For the record lang, Mr. Chair, just point of clarification, siguro the House should start reviewing yung Section 62 of the Rules of the House na nagsasabi po na in cases where the House does not agree with the Senate on any amendments to any House bill and these measures have conflicting provisions, differences may be settled by conference committees only composed of representatives from both chambers. Yun lang naman sa akin, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair. Thank you po.
Senator Erwin, ito naman ay meron pong concurrence ng both the Senate and the House of Representatives. So talagang hong bihirang-bihira ang nag-i-invite ng resource persons. No? Dahil ito ay pag-uusap o pagpupulong po ng dalawang kapulungan. Pero kung meron pong mga ganitong talagang kakaibang sitwasyon at kailangan ho natin maintindihan ng mas malalim pa ho yung mga issues, with the concurrence of both chambers, pwede naman ho tayo mag-invite.
So,
Pero tama ho kayo na ito dapat bihirang-bihira, hindi ho pwede maging regular.
I guess, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, we have to review our rules. Or in the future, Mr. Chair, this will happen again. Then alam ho natin ang gagawin. There will be no more discussions.
Yeah.
In the future, ika nga bicameral conference between the two houses. Kasi there's already establishing rule na pag may conflicting, hindi talaga magkasundo, pwede na tayong patawag, magpaliwanag yung sa executive department, Mr. Chair. Yun lang naman ang
Yeah,
punto
tama.
ko, Mr. Chair. But I do agree. Sige, let's bring him in. Pero in the future, Mr. Chair.
Tama ho kayo. Talagang hindi ho pwede maging regular to na kung hindi ho tayo nag-agree, merong third party na papasok. Hindi ho talagang, but in this case ho, dahil technical to, about engineering, about pricing, something na hindi ho natin expertise, no? Lahat ho dito. Kaya in this very special circumstance, and with the agreement of both chambers, we will invite Secretary Dizon to explain this issue. So
Mr.
with
Chair.
that, yes, do you want to say the last word, Senator Amy?
No, nagre-react lang po ako. Vince Dizon is no engineer. He's an economist and a political aide.
That's true, but he's the secretary of the Department of Public Works, and he was the one who made that statement during the public hearings in the Senate, and he also is the one who supplied the adjustment factors in CMPD to the Senate. So with that, with the concurrence of the House, we can invite Secretary Dizon as a resource person of this.
With the concurrence of both houses, there being a motion from the House and also motion by Senator Lauren, we then approve any second from the Senate po. The
second.
motion is hereby
Second.
approved. We invite Senator Vince Dizon to please step into the room. Secretariat, please call, what did I say? Senator, my apologies. Secretariat, please call Secretary Vince.
Chair. Madam Chair, Mr. Chair. Can I suggest Secretary Dizon not to sit in line with the Senate panel? He must sit somewhere where the whole public can see him. If he may. May camera ba? Okay.
So, Secretary Dizon, you're recognized, and please limit the discussions to the adjustment factors as well as the CMPD. Yan po yung issue on hand. And also, this is in response to your statement. Once again, the Department of Public Works and Highways has requested the Senate to restore the deducted amounts from the projects of 2026 DPWH proposed budget as a result of the reductions in the construction materials price data. So this is in response to your motion for reconsideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. To the Chairman of the Senate Conference for the BICAM, Senator Win, to the honorable senators present, to Chairperson Mika Swansing, the head of the House Bicameral Conference, and the members of the House of Representatives. Good afternoon. I will be very brief, just a few slides po to present. But before that, I think it's very important po for me to make it very, very clear why we are all here discussing this very, very important and, quite frankly, unprecedented reform measure that the President initiated this year, which is the reduction of the construction materials price data, which has never been done at this level and in this breadth. Ang Pangulo po mismo ang nag-instruct sa akin na ibaba ang presyo ng simento, ng bakal, ng asfalto, ng graba, ng buhangin, at iba pang mga materyales na ginagamit sa pagpapagawa ng ating mga kalye, mga tulay, mga classroom, at iba pa. Hindi pa po ito ginagawa in the past. No, dati po, nagbababa lang ng budget by 10%, pero yung level of detail po na ginawa ng administrasyon ni Pangulong Bongbong Marcos ay ngayon pa lang po nagawa ito. Importante po ito dahil nung kanyang SONA, ang Pangulo po mismo ang bumulgar sa isa sa mga pinakamalaki o siguro pinakamalaking corruption scandal sa history ng bansa. At sabi niya, enough is enough. Kailangan reformahin na natin ang DPWH. And this is a testament to the President's vision of making the DPWH more transparent and removing all forms of corruption, beginning with the overpriced materials. So tama po ang Senado at ang Kongreso. Sinabi ko po paulit-ulit na dahil sa utos ng Pangulo, binaba po namin ang presyo ng iba't ibang materyales sa pagpapagawa ng ating mga iba't ibang proyekto sa DPWH. Tama din po na nung pong public hearing, ito mismo ay inanunsyo ko at inimplement na po namin with a special issuance that was issued 2 months ago. At ito ay sa kasulukuyang ini-implement na nga po din po namin, hindi lang para sa mga proyekto for the 2026 budget, kundi pati sa mga proyekto ngayong 2025 na hindi pa napoprocure. Ito nga po ang naging suggestion mismo ni Senator Ryan Leagogo ng public hearing at tama po siya doon. At yun po ay ginagawa na rin po namin. Ngayon po, ipapaliwanag ko lang po sa Senado at sa Kongreso kung ano ang proseso para gawin ito ng tama. Yun lang naman po. No? At bago po ako magsimula, gusto ko lang po sigurong i-correct yung mga iba't ibang mga balita na naririnig natin. Unang-una, hindi po totoo na ibinabalik na po ng DPWH yung dating presyo. Hindi po totoo yun. Nakita ko po yun sa social media kahapon pagkatapos namin ilabas ang statement, narinig ko din po ngayon. Hindi po totoo yun. Ang presyo po na ibinaba na natin ay hindi ibabalik sa lumang mas mataas na presyo. At sa tingin ko po, dahil sa reforma ng Pangulo, hindi na ito imababalik in the future. Dahil sino pa pong presidente o DPWH secretary ang pwedeng magbalik nito na ngayon na naibaba na natin sa tamang presyo. Yun po ang unang-una. Ikalawa po, wala pong ibang project na ipinapabalik ang DPWH. Wala po. Whether flood control project or kahit anong project, wala po tayong laman, wala pong laman yung ating kasulatan kay Senator Win Gatchalian at sa House contingent na nagsasabi na pinapabalik po natin ang iba't ibang mga proyekto. Wala po tayong pinapabalik na kahit anong bagong proyektong tinanggal na. Whether yan ay flood control, tulay, kalye, multipurpose building. Wala po tayong pinapabalik. Ang hinihingi lang po natin is yung pong binawas na 45 billion approximately. Next slide, please. Sorry. I'm sorry. Napapagay yung slide. Ibalik po ulit para po ma-implement po ito ng tama. Kasi while it is true that the President told me and instructed me to bring down the prices of materials in order to eliminate overpricing, he also is very conscious of our desperate need to ramp up our infrastructure spending and our infrastructure implementation. We all know that in the past quarter, the economy only grew by 4%. And this is largely because of the cut in public expenditure, especially in infrastructure. And the President does not want that to happen. Our fear is, and I will show later some examples, that the cut made using our adjustment factors, as Senwin correctly pointed out, across the board, across roughly 10,000 projects in the General Appropriations Bill, may result inevitably in projects that will end up being unimplementable because of the way that they were applied to the various projects. And I will show that in a few slides. So ito lang po ang aming hinihiling. Hindi ho namin, ulitin ko, hindi ho namin ibabalik ang presyo ulit at itataas. Ikagawa, wala po kaming project na ipapadagdag ulit. Wala pong ibabalik. Wala pong duplicate project na tinanggal na ibabalik. Wala pong flood control project na ibabalik. Klaro po yan. And if I just may go to our statement and how DPWH, according to the engineers I have with me, there are, I think, 4 of them here. Many of them have been in DPWH for decades already. Ang proseso po is kapag binago ang cost ng materyales, kailangan pong gawin ng DPWH, iisa-isahin ang lahat ng proyekto. Dahil ang bawat proyekto po, iba-iba yan. Merong mas maraming simento ang gagamitin, merong mas maraming bakal ang gagamitin, may mas maraming graba ang gagamitin. Depende po yan dun sa program of work. At bawat proyekto po ay iba-iba ang program of work. Kaya po yung mga presyong ibinaba, kailangan po yan i-apply sa program of work ng iba't ibang proyekto, roughly totaling 10,000 projects. Pagkatapos po baguhin ng POW, ang pagbabago ngayon dun sa presyo ay i-reflect na sa bagong approved budget of contract, yung ABC. Kapag po nabawas na yon, bababa po ang ABC. Depende sa laki ng binaba ng presyo, depende kung saan. Tama po si Congressman Alvarez na depende sa lugar, depende. Depende ang presyo ng semento, ng aggregate, ng graba, ng buhangin, ng asfalto, depende sa lugar. So kailangan po yan iisa-isahin. At kapag po nababa na yung ABC, yung approved budget of contract, ito na po ang magiging bagong budget. At ito na po ang ipapublish ngayon para ipabid at iprocure ng DPWH. Yan po ang proseso. So ito lang po ang gusto namin ipaliwanag. Ngayon po, gusto ko pong magpakita ng mga example ng mga proyekto nandun sa isa sa mga 10,000 proyektong naapektuhan nung pagbaba ng Senate dun sa mga project costs. At dito po makikita natin na hindi po talaga nating pwedeng ibaba na lang ng basta-basta across the board. No? And next slide, please. These are projects, for example, for asphalting in Region 4B and Region 7. In the GAB, in the House version, the budget was 41 million pesos. In the third reading Senate version, it was cut to 12.9, roughly 13 million pesos. Roughly by 68%. And I understand, naintindihan ko po kung saan nanggaling yung 68%. Dahil po para sa asfalto at sa Region 4B, yun pong pinadala nating adjustment factor sa Senate Finance Committee ay 68%. So, ang ginawa po ng Senate is yung pong budget ay kinat ng 68%. No? So, naiintindihan ko po yun. Pero kung gagawin po natin yung paraan na ang ikakat lang ay yung materyales. Remember po, ang materyales ay parte lang po ng cost ng isang project. Materyales, labor, equipment, at syempre kailangan din po ng contractor's profit, no, which is roughly about 8 to 10%. So, if we apply po yung 68% sa materials only, ang kalalabasan po ay 23% reduction or yung pong 41, bababa po ng 31.5 million. Which means po, meron pong 18 million na mawawala sa pondo ng proyektong ito. At dahil dun po, mahirap na pong i-implement yung proyektong yon. So, on the other hand, meron din naman po na proyekto na baliktad naman. Asphalt overlay din po ito sa Region 7. Ang original price po ay 25.54. Pero dahil nga po ang average factor sa Region 7 ay minus 3% lang, ang cut lang po ng Senate ay from 25 to 2.4 million, roughly 1 million lang po ang naging cut ng Senate. But if we apply the factor for that specific project given the program of work, it is actually higher. It is not 3%, but is actually minus 37%. So meron pong additional savings doon. No? If I can go further, no? This is for asphalt overlay. Concrete road construction. Ganun din po, no? Sa Region 2 naman. 90 million po. Ang reduction po was 15% because that was the adjustment factor for Region 2 for cement, etc. Ang naging cut po ng Senate was from 90 million to 76.5 million, a reduction of 15%. But again, if we follow the process and only reduce in the price of materials, the cut is only 6%. So, although ito po hindi masyadong mataas, pero meron din pong impacto sa implementability ng proyekto. No? But at the same time, sa Region 4B naman, dahil 4% lang po yung yung aming adjustment factor for 4B in general. And 4B po is very special, no? Kasi kahit isang region po yan, iba-iba pong isla yan. Iba-iba po ang sitwasyon sa Palawan, sa Mindoro, sa Romblon, sa Marinduque. Iba-iba po yan. No? Kaya mahirap pong mag-cut lang based sa adjustment factor for that region. So if we apply the adjustment factor in prices, actually, mas malaki po dapat yung cut. Instead of just 4%, it is actually 17%. So may additional savings po na 7 million. So, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, yun lang naman po ang gusto naming ipaliwanag. Kaya po kami naniniwala sa DPWH na dapat po ang eksekutibo na ang mag-apply ng mga pagbabago sa presyo. Dahil po yung proseso na ginagawa ng DPWH ay nandyan na. May proseso po tayo para i-apply yung mga reduction. At ito po, mami-minimize natin yung risk na magiging unimplementable or inviable yung proyekto. Pero po, ito po, panghuli ko na lang pong sasabihin ito. Naiintindihan ko po at naiintindihan din po ng Pangulo yung pag-aalinlangan. DPWH has practically zero trust sa ating mga kababayan. And naiintindihan ko po na mukhang mahirap po kaming pagkatiwalaan. Naiintindihan ko po yan. No, na baka pag yan ibinalik sa versions ng HGAB at sasabihin, kami na lang ang gagawa ng pagbaba. Naintindihan ko po na pwede, na hindi kami pagkakatiwalaan na gagawin namin ito. Kaya po, naglabas po ako mismo ng department order, which again has never been done, mandating all regional directors, all district engineers to implement this strictly. At kung hindi po ito implement, we will not authorize the procurement of these projects. And if they do not implement it, yan po ay may kaakibat na mga penalty, both administrative and possibly even criminal. Ginagay po namin yon, and we have given copies of the department order I signed to the members of the Bicameral Conference Committee. Yun po ang gagawin namin. Alam ko po, mahirap po kaming pagkatiwalaan. Pero yun po ang hinihiling namin sa inyo ngayon. And obviously, with Congress's oversight function, anytime po, pwede nyo po kaming i-check kung ito po talaga ay ginagawa namin. Lalong-lalo na po, nag-launch na po ng ating Pangulo ang transparency portal ng DPWH. Meron po doon live streaming ng lahat ng mga bids. Makikita nyo po doon, pag pinablish po, mako-compare nyo po, binababa talaga ng DPWH ang cost ng mga proyektong ito. At kung hindi po namin binaba, patawag nyo po kami. Pero ako po, sinasabi ko po sa inyo, I will not allow it. We will not allow it po. Under the department order, we will not allow it. Yan po talaga, kailangan naming i-aproba bago yan i-publish for bidding. Kahit na po magdagdag tayo ng step sa pagpo-procure ng mga proyektong ito, it's worth it to ensure that these projects are implemented with the right prices that we have already prescribed. So with that po, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, honorable members of the Bicameral Conference Committee, uulitin ko po, inutos po ng Pangulo na gawin natin ito. This has never been done before. And we will never renege on the promise of the President and the instructions of the President to reform DPWH. And we will never bring back the prices to where they were before. Dahil nga po, alam naman po nating lahat at alam po ng buong Pilipinas na matagal nang overpriced ang presyo ng DPWH. Maraming salamat po.
Yes, Senator Lawrence recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know we had to check whether the rules would allow a member of the BICAM to ask questions, but it is important that we seek clarification from Secretary Dizon. Do you accept the fact that it was the DPWH through you or maybe your staff during hearings and in the plenary that actually advised the Senate to cut the cost, because indeed in the previous administration you claimed, and it's on record, that the cost of some, not all, projects might have been overpriced?
Ma'am, this needs clear clarification. In the Senate hearings and in the plenary, we admitted that the prices were overpriced.
Okay, that's all I want.
Absolutely.
That's all I-
Absolutely. Ma'am, but I think it's very important. No?
Yeah.
We also said that we are going to bring down the cost,
Yes.
which we did. But in the same hearing, and I have it on record, Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator, that when I was asked on how to implement the changes in the prices, I put it on record that the best way to implement is for DPWH to implement it by going through each and every project and bring down the cost based on the programs of work of each and every project. That I put on record, Madam Chair. Mr. Chairman.
Very
Thank you.
clear, very clear. And we spoke about the CMPD, the cost price data, and the DUPA, the detailed price analysis as well. We were in a conversation outside of this hall. Can the good secretary please just tell us on the overprice for asphalting? Because that's what you mentioned to me. That is a so-called notorious item that you said must be brought down.
You are
You
absolutely correct.
whispered something in my ear, which I think the body should know so that it's on record. But you said it's necessary to have that project. But this is what you said is easily seen to be overpriced. Can you just
Absolutely.
kindly put it on record, Secretary? Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, I will just read our table.
Maybe, simple na lang. Ano yung sinabi po nyo na madalas overpriced at sa inyong karanasan na maikli sa ahensya ay yung
Asphalting.
overpriced? Yeah.
Asphalting po ay nag-range po ang overprice ng asphalting from 30% to 68%. Totoo po yun. And I gave an example. In fact, kaya po ang ginamit kong example ay yung 4B. Kasi po sa 4B, on average, overpriced po ng up to 68%. Pero yun nga po, as pointed out also by Congressman Alvarez, who is former governor of Palawan, iba-iba po ang presyo. No, so meaning, hindi po pwedeng kung overpriced po ang Region 4B on average ng 68%, hindi po pwedeng i-apply yung 68% sa lahat ng proyekto, sa lahat ng iba't ibang...
I think that was mentioned, that's very clear.
Yes.
So thank you for
Thank you very
putting
much
that
po.
on record. In fact, my comment to Secretary earlier was, my God, all these years naloko pala tayo. I feel so bad. I feel so, yeah, we didn't know. There was up to 68%. So may I please walk us through this proposal? May we understand please, kung merong nasa gaana na proyekto and you will restore the amounts there but implement the CMPD that is correct and accurate on the ground depending on the district office in the regions, what will you do with the savings? Please explain to us. It will encourage, of course, people to save if they can have a longer road. Please walk us through ano po ang mangyayari sa matitipid na pera sa proyekto.
The rules po and savings are very clear. No, pagka meron pong savings, ito po ay i-declare ng departamento as savings at ito po ay later on, upon approval of the President, pwedeng gamitin to augment projects. No? Klaro po yun. No? And this will be treated in the same way. Unless, of course, Congress will choose to have a special provision to cover this. Depende na po yun sa Kongreso.
Okay, very
Thank you po.
clear. That's what I wanted to put on record, that the savings that will be had in that district or area cannot be used to extend a road. Because I heard some comments, kung 1 kilometro pero maka-savings ay siguro magiging 1.2 kilometers. Hindi po allowed yun kasi ang GAA line item is the 1 kilometer road. So the savings will have to go back to Treasury and the office of the president would have to declare it as savings. And so there will be a kitty of savings that can be used. Will the savings per the process that you envision go back to the district as a district project, or will this go back to the national fund and will be used elsewhere? And I ask this for and in behalf of the congressmen and women because, pag savings, di ba? Dapat magandang quality, hindi substandard, pero yung matipid. Magaling dyan si Gob Alvarez. So, hahaba ang kalsada, dadami. Kung maka-savings, dapat balik sa Palawan, baka makarating ng iba or baka hindi ibigay. Siguro yun na nasa isip nyo, di ba? So gusto natin malaman, kung may savings ba, tas assuming OP ang mag-approve, babalik ba yan sa distrito or mawawala din? Hindi yan incentive magtipid hindi sa congressman, sa mga distrito. We
Yeah.
want to know what is the process you envision. Thank you.
The process is really the standard process, Madam Chair, no? And everything will be approved by the Office of the President. So to your question po, pwede po bang pumalik sa district? Opo. Pag po ito ay in-approve ng Pangulo, pwede pong bumalik sa distrito yan. Pwede po bang hindi dun sa distrito yun bumalik, pwede din po. No? Pero may rules po yan. But if I may lang po focus on the issue of incentive. No? I understand po the point of the good senator. But in this case po kasi, the reduction of the CMPD is mandatory. It is not about incentive or disincentive. The department order we have issued mandates, requires all the RDs and the DEs to bring down the cost based on the new cost of materials. It is not an issue of incentive or disincentive. Thank you very much.
Does that mean that the DPWH, along with the congressmen and the senators, will exercise strong oversight on the projects to see if the CMPD in that area, which we have a copy of already, will be followed?
Absolutely, Madam Senator.
But certainly, there will be savings because this is a net which you did not prepare.
Absolutely.
So there will be savings.
Yes, and we already gave an estimated amount. Again, this is
Yes.
estimated. This will have to be borne out by the actual adjustments per project, but we are estimating roughly about 60 billion pesos in savings when the CMPD is implemented for all projects
What is this?
under the 2026
What am I supposed to do?
budget.
What is it?
Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you. I will allow my colleagues
Madam
to
Chair.
ask further questions. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
I would like to recognize Representative Brian Yamsuan.
Madam Chair, we've talked about the step-by-step engineering process that we're implementing dito sa ating CMPD. And ang tanong ko lang, Secretary Vince, kasi syempre lahat ng mga kababayan natin nakatingin sa atin doon sa mga presyo at lahat. Kaya gusto mo ibalik dahil yung sa estimate natin, kailangan natin gawing tama. At yun din ang sinabi ni Senator Winget Gatchalian na we have to do this right. Kailangan natin gawing tama. Pero syempre, kailangan din tignan natin yung sa ekonomiya. Kung naging unimplementable ang ating mga ibang mga projects natin dito sa dahil dun sa sweeping yung pag-adjust natin at nagkamali at naging unimplementable, ano ang cost nito bilang isang ekonomista din? Ano ang cost nito sa ating bansa?
Maraming salamat po. Napakaganda po ng tanong. No? Hindi ko po masasabi right now kung ano ang exact cost. No? Pero pag ang project po ay hindi ma-implement, unang-una po, malaki po ang economic cost niyan dun sa komunidad kung saan hindi ma-implement yung proyekto. Unang-una po yun. At ikagawa po, pag ito ay pinagsama-sama natin, inad natin lahat yan, malaki po ang magiging cost niyan sa ating ekonomiya. Dahil po, pag ang project po ay hindi na-implement, meron pong mga construction worker na hindi magtatrabaho. Meron pong mga hardware hindi mabibigyan ng simento at ng bakal. Meron pong mga kumpanya na hindi kikita. So malaki po ang impact nito pag ito ay pinagsama-sama. Pero mas importante din po yung epekto sa komunidad. Kung yan pong proyekto yan ay kailangan ng komunidad at ito po ay hindi na-implement, kawawa din naman po yung komunidad na yun.
Maraming salamat kasi talagang yun ang concern din namin sa aming mga distrito kasi yung economic activity, napaka-importante niyan para sa ating bansa. At alam naman natin, ang gobyerno ang pinakamalakas talagang gumastos pagdating sa mga proyekto at inaasahan namin sa aming mga distrito. Yung economic activity nagsisimula dahil sa mga proyektong ginagawa ng ating pamahalaan. At yung concern din ng ating mga senador, nakukuha din naman natin. Gusto natin gawin na itong tama kasi nga nakatingin silang lahat sa atin ngayon. At ang tingin ko, mas kailangan natin tignan talaga yung economic impact more than ever. And I recognize the work that Secretary Vince Dizon is doing kasi mahirap talaga now to really adjust everything and at a short period of time. Pero nagagawa natin at siguro ang tingin ko kailangan din natin humingi ng tulong sa ibang mga ahensya na pwedeng tumulong sa atin upang mas lalo natin mapaganda yung sitwasyon ng lahat in terms of the pricing also. Yun lang po, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Mr. Chair.
Senator Erwin first and then Congressman Abbott.
Mr. Chair, may I just ask, kasi po dito sa hawak po nating papel na itong day 2 natin, disagreeing provisions, napansin ko lang po kasi dito under po sa Department of Public Works and Highways, parang 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Parang 8 line items lang po ito. Parang puro, kaya nga po, Mr. Chair, siguro I would rather ask the committee chair na kung pwede siguro in a separate page, kasi baka pagdududahan tayo na tayo may mga insertion. Samantalang ang ibang agencies like NIA, Mamil Pump Irrigation, Santa Maria Pump Irrigation, nakalagay po. Dito, hindi man natin malaman, hindi nga, kanina pa namin sinisurvey ni Senadora Amy kung saan dito yung kalsada, kung saan dito yung road repair, rehab. Wala ho eh. So, can we siguro po, bukas, pwede natin ilagay kung kakayanin pa, item by item, para makita naman ng kababayan natin na kung saan napupunta po. Kasi po dito, Convergence and Special Support Program. Ano ba itong Convergence Support Program? 234 billion po ito sa House. Sa atin, umakyat pa 259 billion. Sa Bridge Program, bumaba. Sa Asset Prevention Program, maybe we can explain further, Mr. Chair, para po sa kaalaman ng mga kababayan natin, ano ho ba talaga ito mga ito? Kasi baka sabihin po, may tinatago po tayo dito. That's all, Mr. Chair.
We'll take note of that, Senator Erwin. We'll take note of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'd like now to recognize Representative Albert Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. From what I gather, sa aking naintindihan dun sa pinaliwanag ni Sec Vince, ang sinasabi po niya is context changes everything. Kailangan magkaroon ng konteksto yung project kasi may uniqueness, may peculiarities ang bawat project, as also explained by Congressman Pepito Alvarez a while ago. May malalayang lugar, may malalapit na lugar, iba-iba yung presyo ng materials, kaya hindi pwedeng sweeping or one size fits all. So we have to consider the context of each project para maging practicable nang sa ganon ma-implement at gumalaw yung local economy aside from the direct benefit of the project, katulad ng sinabi ni Kong Brian. So pag ganon, I think it's very logical and reasonable na yung i-consider natin yung konteksto ng proyekto para ma-implement at malagay talaga yung tamang presyo. So there's a lot of engineering districts all across the country. Lahat yan may konteksto, may uniqueness, may peculiarities. Yun ang dapat i-take into consideration ng ating engineering team under DPWH at yun ang gawing price ng material. Tapos, ang ating Pangulo at ang DPWH naglagay na po ng mga transparency portal. So aside from namomonitor yung mga nagawang projects, mamomonitor din po yung mga gagawing projects. Real time. So in context, yung mga local civil engineer society, local church leaders, mache-check in context. At ito po yung pinapangako ni Sec Vince na they are open to being checked or being critiqued by the local civil society, local experts, or to anyone else para in context din ma-check kung tama yung mga materials na nakalagay. So I guess like what the chairman said at sinabi ni Chair Mika kanina, wala po tayong arguments dito. Gusto natin yung tamang presyo para mapakinabangan ng ating mga kababayan at talagang mabawasan or totally mawala yung corruption. The Senate and the House, our President and our agencies are one with this goal. At kailangan lang natin ilagay sa konteksto nang sa ganon, tama at practical yung ating ginagawa, ma-implement, makinabang directly sa proyekto at indirectly dun sa trickle-down economy At yung 4% natin na GDP, hopefully, unti-unti na pong tumaas. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Kiko.
Yes, during our caucus this afternoon, Secretary Dizon, we were discussing the matter with Senator Legarda. And she quoted you directly as saying in one of the hearings, if I'm not mistaken, na number one, kung pwede tanggalin ninyo. Tama? Tanggalin na ninyo. At pangalawa, if I recall correctly, dahil hindi ko rin magagamit, tama ba? Or hindi ko rin, kumbaga, inaayos pa namin yung, maybe, yes. Yes, could you,
Yes.
maybe Senator Legarda can help me here. I just want to understand that because kung yun ang pagkaintindi ko, bakit pinababalik nyo ngayon yung pinatatanggal ninyo?
Unang-una po, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Senator Pangilinan. Unang-una po, tama po yung sinabi ni Senator Loren. Sinabi ko po talaga, overpriced yung mga budget na yan. At ibababa namin ang presyo. Ginawa na namin yon. Ang pinag-uusapan po natin ngayon talaga is paano po natin i-apply ang pagbaba ng presyo. Sinabi ko po sa hearing, nung tinanong po ako, pwede na ba nating ibabayan lahat ngayon? Ang sagot ko po, at tinanong ko po, nung time na yon, ako po 2 buwan pa lang ata sa DPWH noon, tinanong ko po yung ating mga undersecretary, assistant secretary, director, tinanong ko, kaya ba nating ibaba na ngayon? Ang sabi po nila, Sir, libo-libo po ang proyekto ng DPWH. Kahit na po ilang buwan, kung kahit na hindi na tayo matulog, hindi po natin maa-adjust yan ng ganun-ganun lang ngayon. Kailangan po yan, unang-una, ma-finalize muna yung listahan ng mga proyekto sa General Appropriations Act at bago i-procure o ipabid out, dun natin ibababa isa-isa. Yun po ang prosesong sinabi sa akin na dapat gawin. Kaya po ang request ko po nung hearing, sabi ko po, kung pwede po i-retain at kung kinakailangan po, magkaroon po ng special provision para nga po dun sa concern din ni Senator Loren, para masigurado yung matitipid, magagamit ng tama. O, lahat po. So, yun po ang aming posisyon nung public hearing. Pero po, nung nakita nga po namin yung third reading copy ng Senate, nakita nga po namin na ibinaba yung mga proyekto at ginamit yung adjustment factors na binigay po namin kay Senator Win. Yun po ang nag-prompt sa amin na sumulat at mag-request na kung pwede pong ibalik dun sa levels ng HGAB at yung pong pag-implement nung adjustment sa presyo, DPWH na po ang gagawa prior to procurement. Para po masigurado na per project, tama po yung deduction. So yun lang po, Mr. Chairman, ang laman ng aming sulat nung isang araw. Para lang po masigurado na ma-implement ng tama yung price reduction and hindi po makompromiso yung mga yung integridad ng proyekto at siguraduhin mai-implement pa rin siya. And Mr. Chairman, uulitin ko po, para din po magkaroon ng comfort ang Senado, ang Kongreso at ang ating mga kababayan, nag-issue po kami ng department order strictly mandating the implementation of the new construction materials price data. And if they do not implement, then there will be accompanying stiff penalties that will be imposed on any district engineer, regional director, or anyone that does not do the same. Maraming salamat.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Follow up. Yeah. Thank you. Halimbawa, dito nagtanong si Senator Aquino, no? across the board cut, nabanggit po nyo, 25, initially 20% po yung nabanggit across the board cut sa inyong budget kung hindi po makikita yung mga changes na nais natin makita. Let's go for the real price of these projects, sabi po ni Senator Aquino. Sabi niyo, opo, we fully support the efforts of the Senate. So dito, yun din, sa iyong namungkahi po ni Senator Loren na across the board cut, napag-usapan po namin yan. So you said, opo, we fully support the efforts.
Mr. Chair, again, if my baby allowed to put that exchange in context. During this hearing, there was no reduction in the prices of materials yet. Kami po ay nagre-review pa lang noon. Kakautos pa lang po ng Pangulo noon na repasuhin, rebisahin ang presyo ng mga materyales. Kaya po, ang Senado nagsabi, kung hindi gagawin ito ng DPWH, ikakat na lang ng Senado ng 25% across the board. At ako po ay nag-agree doon na kung hindi namin magagawa, in time, kasi at that time hindi pa po namin nagagawa, we welcome a across-the-board cut of 25% sa mga iba't ibang proyekto. Yun po yung konteksto nun, Mr. Senator.
Yes, just for the record, no, I hope you understand. Yung konteksto, kasi konteksto rin ang pinag-uusapan natin, no? Konteksto doon sa construction, yung probinsya, yung region. Konteksto din dito kasi, nakita natin sa mga flood control hearings yung 25%. Yung, at nakita natin, or at least we were inferring, kaya siguro kaya overpriced ang mga ito dahil kailangan mong i-accommodate yung 25% na dinideliver sa mga proponent, etc. Di ba? And that's why, ang concern namin ngayon, bawasan natin at binawasan ng Senado. Of course, now you're saying may context yung sinabi ninyo. Sa amin, sinabi cut, di ba? Across the board cut. Yun ang pagkaunawa namin based on your inputs. And therefore, I hope you can understand na eto tayo, binawasan natin dahil nga overpriced, tapos ngayon ang hinihingi, hindi ibalik ninyo. Yun ang concern. Paano natin ipapaliwanag sa tao yun? No, na yung hinihingi, yung desisyon namin para kaltasan dahil sa kayo mismo ang nagsabing overpriced, ngayon, kailangan namin baguhin yung desisyon at ibalik yung kinaltas namin dahil overpriced. Paano matutugunan yung overpriced na binibigyan mo? Kumbaga sa sunog, hindi kaya nilalagyan pa namin ng dagdag na gasolina yung apoy? Kaya sa pagbibigay ng ganong klaseng ibalik yung pondo?
Mr. Chairman, I think thank you very much po. 100% po, agree po ako sa inyo. Ang issue po ay overprice. Totoo po yun. Nakita ko po talaga, overprice po talaga. Overprice po ang simento, ang bakal, ang asfalto, lalo ng asfalto. Ang graba, ang buhangin. Hindi po tayo nagkakatalo doon, Mr. Chairman. Ang sinasabi lang po namin, yung paraan ng pagbabawas, dapat po gawin project per project. Project per project po dapat gawin yon. Dahil po kung hindi po natin ang gagawin ng project per project, meron pong mga proyekto, katulad po nung pinakita ko sa presentation kanina, na lalabas po, hindi na po mai-implement dahil sobra po yung pag-apply nung reduction. Yun lang naman po. Lahat po, maniwala po kayo, lahat po ng proyekto ng DPWH, dahil po sa pagbaba ng presyo ng construction materials na minandate ng ating Pangulo, bababa po lahat yan sa 2026. In fact po, kahit po yung ngayong 2025, bumababa na po ngayon yung mga hindi pa napapabid. Pero, kailangan po gawin natin yon ng tama na hindi natin i-risk na yung mga proyekto na kailangan ng mga komunidad, hindi na mai-implement. Kamukha po nung nakita natin kanina. And at the same time, Mr. Chairman, Kung mapapansin niyo po, meron po ako nakita doon na sobra yung bawas, pero meron din pong kulang ang bawas. Meron din pong kulang. So, what we are saying po is, please allow the executive to do its job in implementing this the way it should be implemented, which is project per project. Yun lang po. Wala po tayong argument na overpriced ang materyales. Totoo po yun. At kailangan po talaga natin ibaba. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Kiko, for mentioning that. Sec, Vince, kung sinabi mo lang nung hearing ay wag namin bawasan yung budget, di sana hindi na binawasan ng chair. Kami na lang sa implementation ang magbabawas, di wala pong ganito. Pero I'm not blaming you kasi I don't think there's a misunderstanding. Alam naman buong Senado, including the leadership, hindi ka naintindihan. We just wanted to make it clear. Nanggaling po sa inyo na bawasan nyo ang budget ko. You kept on saying, even Senator P, everyone, bawasan nyo yung budget ko kasi talagang hindi akong gumawa ng net na yan. Di ba yun ang sabi nyo eh? Kaya po, ang LB Remo at lahat nagpagod. Kundi na kami sa magpapagod, nakailang walang tulog. Bawasan nyo ang budget ko kasi talagang overpriced sa pa. Pwedeng across the board. You're very aggressive about it. So, yun siguro ang pinagtataka ni Senator Kiko at marami. And I ask this in behalf of Senate President Soto because, of course, he was not attending all the hearings, but he's getting the information from the chair and all of us so that we can also appropriately advise the leadership about what transpired today.
Thank you very much. If I may, Mr. Chairman, just respond. Unang-una po, ang budget po ng DPWH ay bumaba na po ng mahigit 40%. I think this is the lowest DPWH budget since 2019, if I'm not mistaken. Ikalawa po, tama po kayo. Sinabi ko po, nung ako po'y tinanong, okay lang ba i-cut ng 25% kung hindi nyo maibaba ang presyo ng cost of materials? Because at that time, hindi pa napapababa. Ang sagot ko po was a resounding yes. Was a resounding yes. So, pero nga po, nung nakita po namin yung epekto sa ibang mga proyekto, hindi po lahat. Napansin nyo naman po, dun sa iba nga po, kulang yung bawas. Hindi nga po sobra. I think it is incumbent upon us also to ensure that the projects listed in the General Appropriations Act, once it is passed, are all implementable. However, given what you saw in the example that we gave, there is a risk that some will not be. And this is again a request. Of course, the power of the purse lies with Congress. And at the end of the day, the executive will abide by whatever General Appropriations Act is passed. But I think it is incumbent upon us in the executive to also point this out. And I think importante din po yun, no? Because while I'm sure none of the senators would also want projects to be unimplementable. And I think it is incumbent upon us to point that out and to clarify and inform the Senate and Congress about it. Thank you po.
Madam Chair, just a follow-up on that questioning.
I'd like to recognize Minority Leader Marcelino Lebanan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair. Yung statement mo, Secretary, kanina, ay sinabi mo na dahil sa sobrang pag-apply ng deduction, may mga project na hindi may implement. At sa aking pagkaintindi, mga 10,000 line items ito. In terms of percentage, ilan sa tingin mo pag sinubrahan natin ang pag-apply ng deduction, ilang percent ang hindi may implement?
Mr. Chair, maganda po yung tanong, pero mahirap pong sagutin. Kasi ulitin ko nga po, kailangan po ito iisa-isahin natin. Iisa-isahin natin ang bawat proyekto, yung 10,000 proyekto na yan, para po malaman natin kung ano ang magiging unimplementable at ano ang magiging implementable pa. So, pagpaumanhin nyo na po ako at hindi ko po masasagot ngayon yung tanong na yun.
Kaya nagtanong po ako dyan dahil ano ang consequence natin sa GDP rating natin next year? At ano ang magiging consequence dahil sa mga pinakita mong data? Kung sabihin natin 50% hindi mo ma-implement, anong mangyayari sa countryside? Roughly sa construction business ng public works, umaabot tayo ng 4.5 million workers unofficially na nagtatrabaho. Kung 50% ay hindi natin ma-implement, mayroon tayong mga tao na mawawalan ng trabaho na 2.25 million. Ganito po kalaki ang desisyon na ito. Maliban lang sa mahihirap na umaasa ng trabaho, ang ekonomiya, ang production ng construction materials, maraming maapektuhan. Kaya maganda na yan na napapakinggan po natin si Secretary Vince Dizon dito. Maraming salamat po.
Mr. Chair, quick response lang po. Doon pa lang po sa pagbabawas ng halos 40% sa budget ng DPWH, malaking epekto na po yan sa ekonomiya. Alam niyo naman po, ang ekonomiya natin ay malaki po ang construction sa porsyento na nagpapatakbo ng ekonomiya natin. At napakalaki po nung nawala sa budget ng DPWH. Doon pa lang po, malaki na po ang epekto. At madadagdagan po yun kung merong mga proyektong hindi mai-implement ng tama. So, yun lang po. Again, at the end of the day po, Congress will decide on the budget and the executive will abide by what Congress passes. But I think this is very important po na i-inform po namin ang Bicameral Conference Committee about yung potential epekto nito.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I withdraw.
Very quickly.
Senator Lauren first. I think
Yeah,
okay
no,
na? Sige.
Secretary Dizon, I hope you understand, no, na based dun sa hearings and the transcripts are here, inamin mo na overpriced, nagkaroon na exchange, bawasan natin yung taba. Sinabi mo, yes, bawasan natin yung taba dahil nga yung taba na yun yung overpriced patong, may tongpats Pero ngayon, babalik ka sa amin at sasabihin, wag nyo nang bawasan yung taba. So, naintindihan ko, merong peculiarity or granularity. Iba-iba ang sitwasyon sa bawat lugar. Kaya, hindi natin masasabing across the board. Pero baka naman pwede natin sabihin, okay, hindi kumbaga, baka maaring bawasan pa rin natin, siguro mas maliit na halaga, pero bawasan pa rin natin dahil maliwanag may taba So I hope you understand yung logic behind bawasan natin yung taba, may mga overpriced, pero wag yung tanggalan yung budget namin. Medyo mahirap may paliwanag, lalo na kami ay sumunod lamang dun sa panawagan at pakiusap at pagkakaintindi na napaka up to 68% nga ang overprice So parang we don't want, ayaw namin masabing pikit mata namin ibinalik yung pondo kahit na sinabi sa amin na meron talagang overprice dyan. So paano natin aayusin o ano ang maaring hakbang moving forward para ma-address natin yung taba but at the same time yung inyong ability to deliver, 'di ba? Hindi rin hindi naman makokompromiso o ma-undermine. Yun yung ating hinahanap ngayon. Ano ang dapat gawin moving forward to address both issues. Both issues are important. Your issue of being able to deliver and come up with these projects because of the economic implications is valid. But it is also valid na yung mga overpriced kailangan nating tugunan at pagbibigay ng parehong pondo na alam nating tinatanggap na overpriced, parang mahirap lununin.
Mr. Chairman, again, wala po tayong debate o disagreement dito. Ika-clarify ko lang po. Ang presyo ng mga proyekto sa 2026 budget ay siguradong bababa base sa bagong kostas ng materyales na ipinasa na ng DPWH. Sigurado pong bababa yan. Ang tanong na lang po siguro is, sino ang magbababa? Ang Kongreso po ba? O ang Senado po ba? Or ang ehekutibo po ba? Yun lang po. Ngayon, dun sa tanong po na yon, desisyon po ng Kongreso ito. No, desisyon po ng Kongreso ito. Kung pagkakatiwalaan niyo po kami na kami ibababa, kami ang magbababa base sa pinasana naming bagong kostas ng materyales at dito sa ginabas naming department order na minamandato ang lahat ng mga district engineer at regional director na siguraduhin magbaba ng presyo, then yun po ang mangyayari. Pero like I said, inaamin ko po, wala pong tiwala ang taong bayan sa DPWH ngayon. Kaya naiintindihan ko po yan. Naiintindihan ko po. Kaya siguro po ang masasabi ko na lang po is we leave it to the wisdom of Congress. We leave it to the wisdom of Congress. But I think that is the issue at hand. No? As to mas konti ang baba, again, iiwan na po natin yan sa wisdom ng Kongreso. No? Kung ano po ang magiging decision dyan. Ako po ay pumunta lang po dito para sabihin po sa Bicameral Conference na ito po ang implication nung nakita naming mga pagbabago dun sa Senate third reading version na lumabas nitong nakaraang linggo. Yun lang po, Mr. Chairman. Salamat po.
Madam Chair.
I have to
Sen.
explain
Lauren-
also and
Sen.
clarify.
Lauren,
sorry.
it's the
It's the
House's
term.
turn
Yes,
po.
yes,
My
yes. Okay.
apologies.
After. Thank you.
Thank you.
for
May I recognize Representative Javi Benitez.
Madam Chair, thank you. Secretary Vince, thank you so much. I'd like to manifest to thank the Secretary for coming to this bicameral conference because siguro kung napresenta po mas maaga today, baka mas maaga po tayo nakapag-start. But thank you for that. Mukhang na-clarify po ang maraming mga iniisip no ng mga bicameral committee members dito po. And I'd like to ask the good secretary dahil para hindi na tayo siguro paulit-ulit. I think I also wanted to ask much about the economy dahil sinabi po na ekonomista po kayo. Pero I want to ask a simple question. I think it's among all of our minds. No, we are for a good, clean governance and for a budget that is fair and impactful for the people. Gusto lang itanong, Mr. Secretary, do you think, can you commit that the safeguards that you're putting now with the DPWH, hindi na po mauulit ang mga nangyari sa nakaraang budget? Because gusto nang narinig ng nating po lahat, ng taong bayan, we want justice, kung may guilty man, may kulong sila. And we also want long-term solutions. No? So with this in place, do you think, Good Secretary, hindi na mauulit ang mga dati pong nangyari for the next year and the next years ahead?
Ulitin ko po yung sinabi sa akin ng Pangulo. Hindi na pwede yung nakaraan, yung kalakaran ng nakaraan, hindi na pwede yung dating gawi. Kailangan baguhin natin ang sistema sa DPWH. At yan po ang ginagawa natin ngayon. Sinimulan po natin dito sa pagbaba ng presyo ng mga cost of materials. Sinundan po nung ginaunch ng Pangulo ang Transparency Portal. At marami pa pong mga ibang reformang parating. So, masisigurado ba natin na mawawala na? Kung may sagawa po natin ang lahat ng mga reforma, with the support of Congress, mangyayari po yan. Pero ito po ay proseso. This will not happen overnight. This will not happen overnight. This is a process of reform, of change that needs to be relentless, that needs to be consistent. No, there is no silver bullet. Kahit na po ibaba natin lahat ng presyo ng ng materyales, hindi magic bullet yan para po masolve to. So with the support of Congress and with the will of the President, we can do it, but it is a process and we need to be relentless and consistent with the reforms that we will be initiating.
Mr. Chair?
So, actually gusto ko lang ho sundan yung sinabi ni Senator Kiko. Kay Secretary Vince, ako may tiwala ako sa inyo. Sinabi ko na yon sa mga iba't ibang pagdinig natin. Pero ngayon, napakahirap po namin pagkatiwalaan po yung mga district engineering offices. To be honest about it, diba? Hindi ko linalahat, pero napakahirap po pagkatiwalaan. At alam na ho natin, itong mga project na ito, hindi ho dadaan dito sa budget. Hindi ho dadaan ho ito sa inyo. Diretso ito sa District Engineering Office. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
So diretso. So ano yung in-approve naming budget dito? Diretso ho ito sa District Engineering Offices. Tama?
Mr.
Tama?
Chair, opo.
Yeah, tapusin ko lang ho. So alam ko, linilinis niyo ho ang mga hanay ng District Engineering Offices, buong DPWH, pero that will take time. Sabi ho kayo, kailangan relentless, tuloy-tuloy, dapat ho walang patid, pero that will take time. Ang hindi lang ho namin kayang gawin, dahil alam ho namin na mayroong mga overpricing dito sa budget na ito. Tapos pag na-approve ho natin at diretso ho yung budget sa District Engineering Office at hindi pa ho nalilinis, itong mga corrupt officials, gagawa at gagawa ho yan ng paraan para magamit yung pondo. Nasabi niyo ho kanina na 30 to 68%. Ito mataas na temptation to. Kung alam nilang overpriced by 68%, gagawa at gagawa ho yan ng paraan. No? Sana, kung kaya niyong linisin yung hanay, next year, walang problema yon. But that will take time. Kaya nga, ang sabi ako, sang-ayon po ako sa sinabi ni Senator Kiko, gusto rin namin ma-implement yung project. Ayaw namin mahinto ang ekonomiya natin. Ayaw natin mag-stall. No? Ayaw natin biglang tumigil ang ating ekonomiya. Pero ayaw rin ho natin ng mga overpricing items sa loob ng budget. Kaya ho namin ginawa ho to. Kaya humingi kami ng payo sa inyo. In fact, doon sa dalawang hearing. In fact, DPWH lang ang nagkaroon ng dalawang hearing. Dahil humihingi ho kami ng payo ho sa inyo. No? At dahil nga nasabi nyo, overprice ho yan, ang response ho namin, ito na ang budget season, pagkakataon ho natin, linisin yung budget. No? But then again nga, ayaw rin ho namin na magkaroon ng problema sa pag-implementation. Ngayon, kaya humingi ako, pareho yung aking mungkahi. Dapat may action rin ho kami ngayon na dapat gawin para masigurado ho namin na yung pepermahan ho naming budget ay alam ho namin walang overpricing. Yun po yung aking pananaw ho dyan.
Mr. Chairman, just very quickly kasi nabanggit yung pangalan ko. Naintindihan ko yung kailangan magkaroon ng mga economic activity, di ba? Construction. Naintindihan ko yun. Dahil nga yan ang magbibigay buhay at trabaho sa hanap buhay at bubuhayin ang ekonomiya. Pero wag nating kakalimutan na kaya nga nagkaletse-letse yung ating growth dahil sa corruption. Kaya ang hirap kinakailangan balansehin natin. Yung kagustuhan nating magkaroon ng economic activity, magkaroon ng construction activity, magkaroon ng trabaho sa kanayunan, pero tandaan natin, kaya nga natigil ang nagkaproblema sa ekonomiya dahil sa corruption.
Mr. Chairman, if I may respond lang po. Baka matawa po kayo dito, pero kahit po ako walang tiwala sa mga district engineer. Actually, to be quite honest, no? magtatatlot kalahating buwan pa lang po ako dito. Kaya nga po naglabas kami ng department order na minamandato namin sila. Kahit na po ang pondo ay dediretso sa mga district offices, kami po ay naglabas ng department order para masigurado na ibababa nila ang presyo. At hindi po namin i-approve ang kanilang pagpapabid kung hindi nila ibaba ang presyo. Pero I think ano na po ito. I think lahat naman po tayo nagkakaintindihan na ayaw natin ng overprice. Ayaw na ayaw po namin yan. Kung pwede kan po talaga, no, na i-cut na natin ngayon, if it's humanly possible to cut now, we would do it. It's just that according to our engineers, not the district engineers, but the engineers in the central office, for us to go through each and every project out of 10,000, 12,000 projects, talagang hindi po kakayanin. So kaya po kami nagdesisyon na magpadala ng sulat sa Senado. Pero again po,
Chair.
ulitin ko, we will leave it to the wisdom of the Senate kung paano po mag-resolve ito. Salamat po.
I would
Mr.
now
Chair.
like to recognize Representative Pepito Alvarez.
Suggestion lang po ito, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair. Kasi naglabas na si Sig Benz ng order sa lahat ng kanyang mga DE tsaka RDs na kung may bidding, at least sundin na itong presyo ng mga materyales. Given that he has given the RDs and the DEs the instruction to cut out the fat if there is any. Kasi as I explained earlier, ang presyo ng buhangin sa Southern Palawan is only 1,000 pesos per cubic meter. Ang presyo ho sa norte, sa MBUC, 2,500 pesos buhangin or graba kasi nanggagaling sa Mindoro. Ganon din sa mga steel materials. Ganon din sa simento, wala po kaming cement plant sa Palawan. Since my guideline na ang DPWH, let them create the surplus or the savings and let them return the savings kung hindi niya magamit, return to Treasury. Yan po ang suggestion ko. And let us not cut the budget right here now para ho ma-implement lahat ang project and let him commit to return. Kasi your 54 billion that is last now is only amounting to 13.5% of the 400 billion worth of projects. If the Good Secretary can commit that out of this table, he can save at least 20% doing the biddings regularly without any corruption, then the savings would tantamount to about 80 billion. So 20%. Because right now, your 54% is lost is only 13.5%, Secretary Beans. So that's just a suggestion that we don't cut the budget, but let him return to Treasury or let him return or show the savings at the end of the contract period. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair,
Senator Legarda, we're doing...
I yield
Yeah.
always
Yes.
to
your former
Senator
client.
Lauren Legarda.
Thank you to my lawyer. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Para po maliwanag, Sec Vince, ulitin ko lang yung nagsimula tayo an hour ago. And your statement where you're asking for a motion for reconsideration in the words. So, ibig niyo pong sabihin, yung mga binigay niyong mga numero, mga dokumento nung hearing at LB Remo na naging basihan nung aming committee report, second and third reading, para maliwanag po, hindi po inimbento ng aming LB Remo, galing po sa DPWH. Yes, put on record kasi.
Yes,
Yes.
opo.
Okay,
You're
thank you.
absolutely correct.
Thank you. Okay. Para maliwanag, lahat po yan, hindi namin inimbento galing sa DPWH. And we've read your statement, humihingi kayo in your own words, motion for reconsideration na nagkamali, reconsider, or ibang pamamaraan hindi na sa batas pero sa implementasyon. So I just wanted it clear in all fairness to the chair and the LBRMO, hindi po kami ang Senado ang sumite ng numbers galing po sa DPWH at hinihiling nyo na ibalik yung hiniling din yung ibaba. Tama?
Hindi po,
Oo.
ma'am.
Okay, explain.
Unfair naman po yun, ma'am. No?
Explain.
Unang-una,
Oo.
tama po na yung sinumiti naming numero ay galing sa amin. But these were regional averages per material, asphalt, cement, etc. What we are saying po that para po makuha natin yung tamang presyo kada proyekto, kailangan po i-apply natin kada proyekto. Hindi po halimbawa, nung kaninang ehemplo natin, na ang Region 4B sa asfalto ay 68% on average, ito po ay in-apply sa lahat ng proyekto ng Region 4B. Yun na po ang tama. At pinakita po natin sa dalawa nating example kanina, merong pong sobra, merong kulang. No, so it's not so much the data, but it was on how the data was used. So, yun po, no? So, yun naman po, baka ako kasi, no, nako-confuse natin ang taong bayan, eh. No, it is not about the data. It is about how the data was used and applied. So, yun lang po.
Hindi naman nako-confuse. Kina-clarify ko lang kasi nanggaling yung computation sa inyo na ginamit.
Hindi
ng
po. Nanggaling
Senate
po yung datos sa amin. Kung paano siya ginamit ng LBRMO at in-apply across the board, hindi po galing sa DPWH yun.
Correct. The data came from you and it was extrapolated, whichever. But these are tabletop estimates, as you said, and you're asking now na imbis na ibaba, because as Senator Kiko quoted, sabi niyo ibaba yung budget, wag na lang ibaba yung budget, ibalik na, pero sa implementation, sa proseso, dun ibababa.
Opo. Again po, no, I think para lang maliwanag sa publiko. Ang presyo ng lahat ng projects sa DPWH for 2026 ay bababa. Sigurado, 100%. Lahat po yan ay bababa. Bakit po? Dahil binago na po ng DPWH ang kostas ng materyales. Ngayon, ang tanong na lang po dito, sino ang magbababa? Ang Senado ba? Dito sa third reading version? Or ipapaubaya ba yan sa DPWH na i-apply on a case-to-case basis sa mga individual na proyekto? Ibig sabihin po, ng case-to-case, titignan po ang project sa Palawan, South Palawan District, at i-apply ang presyo ng simento doon. Bababa po yung presyo ng project doon for sure.
Okay.
Pero po, ang risk lang po kung susundin natin yung nasa third reading version ng Senado is magkakaroon po ng mga proyektong tulad nung pinakita ko kanina. Yun lang po. Pero po, syempre, kung yan po ay okay sa Bicameral Conference Committee, then okay lang naman din po yun sa DPWH.
Let
No,
me just
I mean,
set an example
Opo.
para, yes, thank you for your answer. So it's clear the data came from DPWH and we adopted it in the committee report, third reading version, and we acknowledge that there is a letter request to the chair and the secretary, DPWH, is asking for a motion for reconsideration na ibalik sa dating cost, but it will be implemented per district, per region. Example, yung preventive maintenance. According to LBRMO, more or less, there's 50 billion in the DPWH budget. And sa aking kaalaman, yung preventive maintenance, parte dyan yung asphalt overlay. I'm not sure how much, assuming lang, 20B of the 50B ay asphalt overlay sa preventive maintenance na 50B. And from 30 to 68% yung sabi niyong tongpats or overpriced. Sabi mo ng 68, yung sukdulan na overpriced. So ibig sabihin may 13.6 billion kung 20 billion yung asphalt overlay nationwide na ipapasa ng Senado knowing that it is overpriced. That is a computation here, and I wanted to ask you, you're asking us to put back the amounts knowing fully well and from your statements that it's overpriced. Pero sabi nyo, isalang-alang sa inyo at sa inyong mga district engineer na sabi nyo hindi nyo pinagkakatiwalaan. So paano po yun? That's difficult. And I ask this in behalf of my colleagues here, hindi lang ako. So I don't want to look kontrabida here. We were having a discussion here. Kasi you admitted you don't trust some, not all, of your district engineers. Then you're asking us to pass a budget that is up to 68% overpriced insofar only as asphalt overlay is concerned, and assuming it's 20 billion of the 50 billion under the column of preventive maintenance. So 13.6B, maaring masayang, matongpat, so I don't know, whatever you call it, it's a waste and it will be part of corruption. So please explain paano mo kami makukumbinsi tungkol dyan. Thank you.
Ulitin ko po, kaya po kami nagpasa ng department order para masigurado na i-implement ang pagbaba ng presyo. Hindi po to kung gusto lang nila o ayaw nila, ito po ay mandato sa lahat ng district engineer, whether may tiwala ako sa kanila o wala, kailangan nilang gawin yon. Kung hindi po nila gagawin yon, hindi po natin papatuloy yung proyekto. Kung hindi natin makita yung pagbaba sa presyo na nararapat. With also, kung titingnan niyo po yung aming department order, meron din pong penal provisions, no, kaming ginagay doon. This has never been done, no, in DPWH. So, yun po ang aming paraan. Pero uulitin ko po, no, it is an issue of trust. Really, it is an issue of trust. And I understand that this department has zero trust. But we are trying our best. We have already brought down the prices, which has never been done before based on the President's directive. We have issued a department order mandating all the regional directors and the DEs to implement it. Now, if the Senate still doesn't believe that we will do it, again, no, ma'am, no. I don't trust them, but I trust the department order that we pushed forward because they cannot not implement it. Because we will not allow it under the department order. They cannot begin procurement unless we see the prices go down to the levels that they are supposed to go down. So, but like I said, it's an issue of trust po, and we submit to the wisdom of Congress. We are here just to inform the Bicameral Conference Committee of possible implications of the Senate version, and tell you about our safeguards that we have implemented. But of course, at the end of the day, it is the decision of the Bicameral Conference on what to do and how to proceed. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair.
I would now like to recognize Representative Albert Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, from just to provide perspective dito po sa ating nagiging discussion. Number one, klaro na ang executive, ang House at ang Senate gusto talaga nating matanggal yung taba at malagay sa tamang presyo ang bawat material sa bawat proyekto. So that is clear. Lahat tayo, yun ang gusto natin. Number two, itong mga presyo na ito, nanggaling kay Secretary Vince during the budget hearing ng DPWH sa Senado. Galing sa kanya at nung, just to be clear, nung tinanong ng Senado, kung i-apply natin tong presyo na ito, ay pwede na nating ibaba. Sinabi ni Sec Vince, from what I hear, it is a conditional yes na kapag hindi magawa ng DPWH through the leadership of Sec Vince, pwede nating i-impose or pwedeng i-impose ng Senado yung reduction in prices. So yun ang narinig ko sa back and forth. So it was a conditional. So ang tanong ngayon, katulad ng sinabi ni Sec Vince, sino mag-a-apply nung reduction? Is it the executive or the BICAM or Congress? Yun na lang po yung natitirang tanong. Malinaw kay Sec Vince na kapag ginawa natin dito at kinat natin yung prices, they have no other recourse but to follow. Kasi batas na yan eh. Pero sa aking konting kaalaman with regards to how our government works, sila yung implementing agency. So sila dapat mag-apply, tayo mag-provide ng napakaraming safeguards together with kung ano nang nasimula ng DPWH, ng ating Pangulo, at nung special provision na gagawin pa natin, katulad nung line of questioning ni Congressman Benitez. Anyway, Congress has oversight powers. This is very clear. Kung nireduce ng Senate ng 54 billion, what if monthly, or quarterly, pag-reportin natin ng DPWH, are we going closer to this 54 billion per project pagdating sa savings na matatamu natin because of the adjustments and system na ginawa ng DPWH, mamomonitor natin na kung hindi man real time, at least almost real time, either monthly or quarterly. And at the end of the year, sinabi nga ni Sec Vince na it's about trust. So I'm reminded of President Ronald Reagan when he was dealing with the Soviet. Trust but verify. So ito, pagtiwalaan natin sila yung implementing agency and they're trying to do what they can para baguhin yung DPWH. Pero wag full trust, i-verify din natin regularly kung nai-hit natin kung tama itong numero na ito na naibawas. And at the end of the day, or per reporting, makikita natin if we're hitting the target na in-apply ng Senado. So, isa lang pong suggestion so that we can move forward. At this point, I don't think we have enough information kung pwede tayong magkaroon ng sweeping reduction na 54 billion. Pero kapag project with its own peculiarities, uniqueness, and in context, baka madagdagan pa yung 54 billion. Pero at least mabe-verify po natin as time goes on at we can hold DPWH to account na sigurado kung ano yung kanilang commitment man na ma-reduce ay talagang mangyari. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Recognize
Just very
Senator
quickly. Just very quickly, Secretary Dizon, since you yourself have mentioned na mayroong mga hindi kayo napagkakatiwala ang mga district engineer or regional, pati ba RD? Halimbawa, moving forward, I'm just curious, have you effected a reshuffling of the district and regional, the RDs?
We are in the process of doing this, Mr. Chairman. Most likely po, we will complete a full reshuffle within the first month or month and a half of 2026. Pero marami na pong napagitan. Gago na po yung mga nakasuhan at nakulong na.
Thank you, thank you.
Senator Erwin, or do you have
Mr.
any? Alternate tayo.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would like to recognize Representative Rufus Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And can I propound some clarificatory questions to the Honorable Secretary Vince Dizon? Thank you. There are allegations that the DPWH would want to propose the restoration of flood control in 2026. Is that correct?
Absolutely not po. The President gave clear instructions no locally funded flood control projects in the 2026 budget. And
Thank you.
this has
That
been
is very
implemented
clear.
to the letter. Thank you. po.
Very clear. And we thank you because you voluntarily reduced your budget in the House of Representatives in your presentation by 255.5 billion pesos. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Because of that reduction, the House, in its first instance of exclusive original jurisdiction on all appropriations, we have given, and we thank you, we have given 90 billion of the 255.5 billion to the Department of Health. We have given 56 billion to the Department of Education, and we have given out of the 255 billion removed the flood control budget, we gave 53 billion to the Department of Agriculture. Do you know that?
Yes, I am aware, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So it's clear that there can be no restoration of flood control nor completed projects that were still listed in the old NEP that was submitted. Is that correct?
That is also correct. And I want to also thank Senator Win Gatchalian's leadership, because even in the Senate version, we were able to further cleanse the budget of DPWH with his help from these completed, repetitive, and other projects that were not clearly defined. So that is correct, Mr. President. And wala pong sa mga proyektong doon ay babalik sa budget ng DPWH.
Thank you, and we thank Secretary, Senator Chairman Win Gatchalian for that. There were more removals in the Senate. Next question, Secretary. There are allegations that your proposal for reconsideration will restore the budget in the HGAB, and the prices that will be reduced will be restored back to the projects that we have. Is that correct?
Absolutely false, Mr. Chairman, because the special issuance stands, and it will stay there as long as we are here, as long as the President is here, and as long as I am the DPWH Secretary.
And in fact, you have the costas materiales, which are already even implemented already for the 2025 projects that has not been procured yet. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
So therefore, the allegations that we restore the prices to what has been reduced is absolutely incorrect.
Opo, Mr. Chairman.
And we are saying that you are recommending the HGAB figures as a starting amount. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Because you are the agency that will implement all public works and highways projects, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. And do you agree that the Senate, in good faith, following what you stated in the hearing, reduced the budget because you said that 25% is overpriced, and therefore the Senate has been doing its job in making sure that we reduce the budget. Do you agree with that?
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Chairman.
My next question is, how are you going to assure the public that with the starting amounts in the HGAB, once restored, granting, without you assuming, granting arguendo, that we will restore the HGAB amount? The amounts that will be there will be reviewed and will be bound to the CMPD, the base material costs reflecting current market prices, to come out with a program of work for each project. Correct, Secretary?
That is correct. That is through a department order that we issued mandating all implementing offices to implement the new CMPD for all projects for 2026.
And therefore, once you have the POW, which definitely, absolutely reduces all the construction prices of materials, then you will come out with the approved budget for contracts. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Chairman.
With this ABC, then therefore, the HGAB amounts will be altered, and because there will be a general reduction of prices of materials per project, then definitely the prices of the project as stated in the HGAB will be reduced definitely.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
So, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, from the testimony of our resource persons, it is very clear that everybody here is in good faith in trying to come out with the starting figure, but the Secretary and the Department of Public Works will be implementing them. And what happens if a district engineer or a regional engineer will disobey your department order? What will happen to them?
There are penal provisions in the department order, Mr. Chairman, where they can be charged administratively and criminally, Mr. Chairman.
Finally, because you are one of the trusted officials by the President, and you are just following the President's directive to remove corruption in the public works, to reduce the prices. That is one President, President Bongbong Marcos. You are implementing the President because you are the alter ego of the President in implementing public works projects. So therefore, we can therefore rest be assured that once we approve this afternoon the HGAB amounts, then you can start the process of finalizing the program of work and the ABC for each of the project all over the country.
That is correct.
And therefore, once we have the real correct project, then all the projects will be implemented properly. Is that correct, Mr. Secretary?
That is correct.
And therefore, once we implement these projects, the economy of this country will improve and will increase in GDP. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And then also there will be employment all over the country because all of these projects are all over the Philippines. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So therefore, Mr. Chairman, because of these answers, we have to thank, therefore, Secretary Dizon. We support you in your fight for reforms in the DPWH. You have dismissed high officials of the DPWH. You have dismissed regional directors and district engineers. You have filed cases. And so therefore, we are very happy with your presence. It is now clear, Mr. Chairman, that we approve the budget as proposed by the House of Representatives. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, trabaho lang po. No need to thank me. It's part of the job po, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much po.
Senator Erwin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to direct my question to my good friend, Secretary Vince Dizon. Secretary, we invited you here to explain. Now, tell us, convince the public watching right now na itong hinihingi nyo na ibabalik na 45 billion, na ito po ay hindi insertion, na ito po ay hindi pork barrel. How will you convince us, the bicameral committee, and the people watching us right now live? Kasi kanina pa po, inoobserbahan ko, kanina pa po siguro 1 hour na, puro negative po yung tao, ayaw. Ibubulsa lang yan, balik na naman sa dati, nanakawin lang yan, puro ganun. Walang nagsabi na good job, maganda yung patutunguhan. Wala po eh. Wala man lang nagsabi na magdudulot yan ng magandang trabaho, puro nanakawin, pinagluloko lang tayo. Mayroon pa nagsabi ito, pinagluloko lang tayo ng bicameral na yan. So, explain it to us. Tell the public, convince everybody na ito po ay hindi pork barrel, na ito po ay hindi insertion tulad ng dati, na ito po ay mapupunta sa tama, na ito po ay ika nga hindi masasayang. Kasi hindi pa tayo tapos sa flood control anomaly, ito na naman tayo. So you really, hindi mo rin kami masisi na ikaw ay ginigisa ngayon dito ng Senate panel Dahil nga po sa tingin ng mga tao, ay kalukuhan po ito. At tayo ho ay nagdadrama dito. Kaya convince us, convince this panel or this committee, convince the public na ito po ay hindi pork barrel, na ito po ay hindi insertion ng mga politiko. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Senator Tulfo. Unang-una po, no, ang pinapabalik lang naman po ay yung nakaltas sa mga proyektong nandyan na rin po sa Senate version. So hindi po ito bagong proyekto. So therefore, hindi po ito insertion. No, kasi kung ano lang po yung mga proyektong nandyan na nabawasan, ibabalik lang po yung kinaltas. Unang-una po yan. Pero tingin ko po, unang-una, no? Naintindihan ko po yung mga komento ng mga kababayan natin, no? At hindi ko sila nasisisi. Pero, ang gusto lang po naming sabihin is, binaba na po, base sa utos at direktiba ng Pangulo, ang presyo ng mga materyales. Ito po ay i-implement ng DPWH kung mamarapatin niyo po, kung bibigyan po ng Senado at Kongreso na pagkakataon ng DPWH na i-implement ito. I-implement po natin ito bago pa ipabid ang mga proyektong to. And if I may just read, Mr. Chairman, Section 6 of the department order that we issued, which reads as mandatory compliance prior to procurement. Sinasabi po dito, the bids and awards committees must, letter A, require certification from the concerned head of office attesting to the application of the updated construction materials price data. Ensure that no procurement shall commence without the certification from the head of office, and reject or return any project that is not duly certified. No procurement activity may proceed without meeting this requirement. Ibig sabihin po, i-approve po muna natin bago ituloy ang bidding para masigurado na totoo ngang ibinaba ang mga presyo ng mga proyekto bago pa ito ipabid. So ito po talaga tingin ko ang magiging safeguard natin. Pero syempre po kami po ay open sa kahit ano pa pong dagdag na safeguard kasi iisa lang naman po ang ating layunin lahat. Siguraduhin na hindi na maulit yung pagnanakaw. Lalo na dahil dito sa mga overpriced, nakitang-kita naman talaga natin na dati overpriced po talaga ang mga proyekto.
Mr. Chair, follow-up question lang kay Secretary. Mr. Secretary, nabanggit po ninyo na dumaan sa proseso at dadaan sa proseso po ulit, may bidding na dadaanan, etc. Ganon-ganon din naman po yung sa flood control, Mr. Secretary. Dumaan din po sa bidding, dumaan sa TWG, meron pang COA, etc., etc., may pick-up, may kung ano-ano, ang dami hong safety measures na sinasabi. Bakit po nakalusot yung flood control? Dumaan po sa bidding, dumaan sa Congress, dumaan sa Senate, dumaan sa pagdating sa district, sa bidding, etc., TWG, COA. Yung pala lahat kasabwat, Mr. Secretary. So how will you convince us? How will you convince the public na this is different this time? Na seryoso na po kami, na hindi na po maulit talaga, promise. Kasi mahigpit na ngayon kasi ayaw ng Pangulo. Kasi ganun din po nung nakaraan sa flood control. Dumaan po sa committee, dumaan po sa bicameral, tapos ibinaba na, i-download na po kung saan-saan, may district engineer. Pero ganun din po, nakalusot. May ghost project, merong substandard. Dumaan din naman po yung sa mga bidding, dumaan sa TWG, lahat. So what's the difference, Mr. Secretary? Yung projects ngayon, itong pondo na ito, na halos the same lang pagdadaanan, is there anything extra, measure na para hindi na po talaga maulit tulad ng nangyari po sa flood control, Secretary Vince?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Tulfo, may malaki pong pagkakaiba ngayon. Ang pinakamalaki pong pagkakaiba ngayon ay yung direktiba at ginawa ng DPWH ayon sa direktiba ng Pangulo na ibaba ang presyo ng mga materyales. Hindi pa po ito ginagawa. Hindi pa po ito ginagawa sa tagal-tagal na sa DPWH na ibinaba at ipinareha sa presyo ng merkado ang presyo ng simento, presyo ng bakal, presyo ng buhangin, presyo ng graba. Hindi pa po ito ginagawa. Yun po ang malaking pagkakaiba, Mr. Chairman, ngayon.
That's all for me, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
None from our side, Senator as of now.
Senator Amy?
Okay, thank you very much. Very simple question. Real talk lang po. Kasi eto nga, nandito tayo na galit lahat ng tao. Parang linoloko naman tayo nito. Kayo nagpakaltas, ipapabalik muli. Ano ba, sa loob ng 2 buwan, ipapakaltas ba ulit? Gusto ko malaman, real talk konti ha. Ilan ba talaga at alin ba yung mga project na dumaan na sa early procurement sa panahong ito? Ilan ba talaga? Meron ba na mga projects na pinag-uusapan na nasa loob ng NEP sa budget ng Pangulo, nag-undergo na ng early procurement? Meron na ba? Kasi ang balita, takot lahat. Totoo bang meron o hindi?
Wala pa pong dumadaan sa early procurement dahil po hindi pa klaro kung ano yung mga proyekto talagang mapapasa. Wala pa po.
Siguradong sigurado kayo, wala ni isa,
Opo.
zero. So wala tayong pinag-uusapan, tama po ba? Sa ngayon.
Sa ngayon po, wala pa po.
So ang ibig sabihin niyan, dati-rati talagang hinahabol yung early procurement ng October para hindi ma-delay ang project kasi aabutan talaga ng tag-ulan, hindi ba?
Tama po yun.
O kung ganon, mag-a-adjust ka ng lahat ng ABC, sigurado na madidelay.
Totoo po yan, Madam Chair.
So ang hinaharap natin, talagang madidelay.
Opo, dahil po na-delay ang early procurement, marami pong mga proyekto for 2026 na madidelay. Sigurado
so ang
po yan.
hinaharap natin, talagang malungkot ang first and second and even third quarter, aabutin ng ulan. Yung tamang projection lang, kasi nag-expect ng tao, dadagdagan, papabalik mo. Pagkatapos, madidelay rin pala. Ano naman ang bisa nun? Para kay pa?
Ang bisa po noon, matutuloy pa rin po yung mga proyekto, Madam Chair. Madidelay lang nga po dahil extraordinaryo po itong panahon natin, Madam Chair. At tingin ko po, prudent din po, tama din po, na hindi muna magsimula ng early procurement. Dahil unang-una, hindi pa po sigurado kung ano ang mga project na papasa ng Kongreso. At ikagawa, dahil nga po nagbaba tayo ng presyo ng materyales ngayong fourth quarter.
Ganun pala, wala pala tayong pinag-usapan at talaga naman haharapin natin 3 quarters worth of delay. Tama naman yung mga nag-text po sa atin na lokohan na lamang to. I truly resent the fact that the BICAM is being hostaged by the Secretary of the Department of Public Works and Highways. At kung tunay na wala kayong tiwala sa sino mang district engineer, hindi po ako abogado ng Public Works, dapat tanggalin na lang ninyo lahat kasi pinapadagdagan mo yung budget tapos yung mga mag-i-implement, wala kang tiwala, ano naman kami? Susunod sa iyo na kayo mismo walang tiwala sa isa't isa? Tama ba yun? Yun lang po.
Salamat po if I may just respond to that po, ma'am. Unang-una po, hindi po pwedeng huminto ang trabaho sa DPWH. Napaka-importante po ng ginagawa ng DPWH habang linilinis natin ayon sa utos ng Pangulo ang departamento, hindi po pwedeng huminto. Nakita na po natin ang epekto sa ekonomiya nitong nakaraang third and fourth quarter. So we are doing the best we can given the current situation, Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator.
Yes, Secretary Vince, hindi kita pinahihinto sa trabaho mo. Pinamamadalingan namin. Ikaw ang humihinto sa trabaho namin dito sa BICAM at papalit-palit ka ng sinasabi. Yun ang problema.
Hindi po ako papalit-palit ng sinasabi, Madam Chair. Ako po, iulitin ko, nagpunta lang po ako dito para ibahagi sa Bicameral Conference yung nakikita po naming epekto nung pagpasa ng third reading version ng Senado. Yun lang po. Ngayon, nasa Senado na po yan at nasa Bicameral Conference, nasa Kongreso, kung paano po magpo-proceed dito. At yun naman po, syempre, tatanggapin lang naman po ng ehekutibo kung ano man po yung desisyon na yan. Maraming salamat po.
Senator Pia?
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Secretary Vince. So I was monitoring the discussion of our colleagues earlier, and my desire is not to have to repeat myself. So bear with me if may konting overlap, but I'm trying to choose questions which I feel hindi pa masyadong natanong or hindi na bigyan ng sapat na panahon as far as or as much clarity that I would like to get out of it. So bear with me, hindi ako engineer, abogado ako, pero pinipilit kong intindihin kasi kahapon inamin ko na hindi ko po masyado maintindihan yung sulat nyo, and that's just because I don't know the terminology, I don't understand exactly what, in fact, I have not seen a copy of here's the statement. I have not seen the copy of the construction material price data. Do we have a copy of that? We do. Okay. So, but I was just saying, at the time I saw this statement, wala namang naka-attach, so hindi ko alam yon. But on that note, some basic questions that will help me understand the issues that we face, and hopefully yung mga nanonood din sa atin, mabigyan din sila ng liwanag. So, one of the major concerns that you raised, Secretary Dizon, at ang pagkakaintindi ko is the economic effect of any reduction in our investment in infrastructure. Tama po ba? Do I understand it correctly?
Yes, if some of the projects po are rendered unimplementable because of the wrong application of the adjustments to the prices of materials, then this will have severe impacts on not only the macroeconomy but also the local communities.
Yes. And in fact, kahapon, when we were also discussing yesterday when we were discussing the farm to market roads, all of us here and when I took the floor, I really expressed my full support for countrywide development, especially in the far-flung areas. Sabi ko nga, nakakarating ako doon. Ano ba? Yeah, thank you. Sabi ko, yung ibang lugar doon na nakarating na ako by bike or hiking kasi nga wala talagang kalye, no? So, alam natin na these farm-to-market roads are important, but at the same time, and not only is it important for the access of the locals, but there's also work opportunities that are given. And I have, as chairman of the Senate Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation, Futures Thinking, binanggit ko yung ibang SDG, pero babanggitin ko ngayon, SDG 8 is decent work. And construction work is decent work. So we have to support that, no? Yung trabaho para sa mga kababayan natin. I don't know because I tried to look it up on my own and I couldn't find an answer to this question. So I will ask you, Mr. Secretary, can you give me a ratio of construction workers to the price of a construction project? And I know the answer to that will vary on the project. Mas komplikado siguro yung bridge na tumatawid sa dagat compared sa kalye. So if that's technical, I'll just give examples and then you can just correct me with the actual numbers, no? So I can continue speaking. So again, I don't think there's an exact ratio because it depends on the project. But for example, if we said that there is 10 construction workers for every 1 million project, then that means there would be 100 construction workers for a 10 million project, or there would be 1,000 workers for a 100 million project, assuming my ratio is correct. And my numbers are very basic, so madali naman pong sundan yan, okay? So for every 100 million peso project, there will be 100 workers, 1,000 workers. So nung nagkaroon po tayo ng ghost projects na worth 100 million pesos, pwede kong i-argue na 1,000 construction workers ang nawalan ng trabaho dahil nga may ghost project. So let the record show that the secretary answered yes kasi hindi naka-on yung mic. Yes.
Tama po,
Tama.
Madam
So
Chair.
during the Ghost Project era, for every 100 million pesos, and again, this is just a estimate. I'm saying 1,000 construction workers, hindi na nga nakapagtrabaho, ninakawan pa sila ng sweldo. 'Di ba? I mean, how bad is that? So that is the situation we have. And Mr. Secretary, how many ghost projects have you confirmed, and how many do you suspect are still out there? Whatever numbers you have that you can share with us.
Right now, Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator, our numbers are still, for flood control, our validation is still ongoing. But for Bulacan alone, we have already discovered roughly about 15 ghost projects in Bulacan alone.
Are these the ghost projects that were roughly close to 100 million, like a little bit less, around that price? Or
Most of them po are within that range, between
Oh, so,
between 100
so
to
using
140
my
million.
guesstimate of 1,000 workers for every 100 million peso project times 15, that's 15,000 workers that never got a job and ninakaw pa yung sweldo nila.
That is correct.
Correct.
Madam
Okay.
Chair.
So that is our situation that you discovered. Kumbaga, nadiskubre mo na yan, wala ka namang kinalaman dyan, nadiskubre mo yan, at marami pa sigurong iba dahil we know that, and we know that you are investigating other regions, di ba? May mga narinig na rin tayong mga ibang probinsya. So we know that for a fact that that is ongoing. So, this is the next point I'm going to bring up. So, when we in the Senate, and for that matter, I'm sure our colleagues in the House did the same, review the budget of DPWH, and the amount is 600 plus billion, no? 670 billion. Is that correct? That is the amount that I recall. And then the secretary had requested, sabi ni Presidente, babaan nyo yung budget, and then the secretary informed the Senate, babaan nyo ng 50-something million. Tama? 53? Tama ba, Mr. Chairman? Yung paano yung binawas natin? 53 billion. Parang 53 sa magic number. Yun din yung sa PhilHealth na NEP na kulang tayo ng 16 billion. Just to say, okay, kung mga may numerologists dyan, 53. Okay, 53 billion yung, ha? Natandaan ko lang. 53 million yung natanggal sa Senate version. And that was based on the recommendation that the DPWH gave us, correct?
Sorry, no. Let me clarify. In the committee hearings, I was asked a question, Madam Senator. If the DPWH cannot bring down the price of materials, will you agree to a 25% across the board cut? And my answer during that hearing was yes. However, we were able, based on the directive of the President, to reduce the prices of materials as far as cement, steel, etc.
That's later.
That's
No, okay.
later,
So
yes.
let me just go chronological
So
order.
the 53 billion, I just need to correct it, Madam Senator, did not come from DPWH.
Okay. But the Senate used the input that the secretary provided and came up with the 53 billion. So sa Senado na yan, no? We came up with that number.
Yes, which
Okay.
I tried to clarify in today's
Correct.
in the presentation today. Thank you very much.
Pero I also listened to the interventions of my colleagues. So I won't go into that detail. Basta 53 billion based on the understanding of the Senate on the instructions given and our desire to reduce the cost because there were a lot of overpricing as far as we understood it to be, also based on the President's directive and His Honor's explanation to us. So having said that, may 53 billion tayo ngayong binawas. And the argument before us now, as you are presenting it, is pag ito yung na-adapt, that the DPWH is less 53 billion, baka may mga projects na hindi matapos ng maayos. And that is the first statement you made when I took the floor, na yun yung concern nyo na ma-affect yung economic development natin, because there may be some project, maybe not all, but there may be some projects na dahil sa smaller budget na binigay, hindi matapos. Tama ho 'yon, di ba? Yung
Tama po.
pagkasabi niyo. Okay. Pero Mr. President and Mr. Chairman, yung work ko personally as Vice Chairman of the Committee on Finance for the past 7 years only touches on constructions to the extent that I chair the Committee on Education, and so I'm very familiar with the failure of DPWH to build enough classrooms. Very, very familiar. I can present to you for the last 7 years what I'm presenting every year na from the start of the President's presidency, kung ganito kalaki yung pinasok sana na pondo within the President's term in 6 years, wala na tayong classroom wala na tayong classroom deficiency, but of course no one listened to my suggestions. So I'm familiar with that. I'm also familiar with the construction of state universities and colleges. Congressman Rufus, I'm a big supporter of our State University, USTP, and Cagayan de Oro, and many others all over. 6 years kong hinawakan yun, at kaya ko lang hindi hawak ngayon dahil kinuha sa akin ng chairman. I will always say that because he does a great job. Magkasundo naman kami dito, but that's the reason why I'm not handling it now. So, may konting alam naman ako kahit na from the eyes lang of a lawyer who's handling the budget. And so, let's just say kinapush yung projects. I don't know, maybe His Honor said there are 10,000 projects. Maybe let's say kinapush ang 10% nun or 5% nun, whatever that number is. Diba may phase 2 naman? Pwede naman ituloy? I mean, ikamamatay ba natin? Because the people will still be employed. They will still, bibilin pa rin yung bakal na mas mamura yung presyo, bibilin pa rin yung semento na mas totoo na yung presyo, i-hired pa rin naman yung construction worker. Ay, kaya lang yung nabigay kasi nyo sa Senado, ang kukulit nyo kasi, gusto nyo mag-ingat, ang binigay nyo medyo kapos, di ituloy sa susunod na taon, ikamamatay ba natin yun? Perishable ba yun? Yun lang naman ang tanong ko, because I have encountered this issue so many times, because pag humingi ako ng budget para dun sa construction ng State University dormitories, by the way, that is my passion, sa mga colleagues, sa mga lugar nyo, sabihin nyo sa akin kung meron tayong matutulungan dyan sa susunod. It's my passion. Pag kinulang, di next phase 2. Pag kinulang, di may phase 3. So, yun lang naman yung sa akin. And after I get an answer from the Secretary, I'll tell you why I'm exploring this option because of the next point I'm going to make.
Just to, I think, simplify the answer to this question, Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator. I think the concern is, kapag po, halimbawa, no, yung proyektong pinakita natin kanina sa Region 4B, that was in Romblon, no, by the way, kung ganun po kalaki yung cut doon, no, 68 versus I think yung tama dapat na cut na 37% instead of 68. So kalahati. Wala pong magbibid doon sa proyektong yun. Wala magbibid. Kasi po, hindi po kaya, no? So, ang pwede pong gawin ng DPWH doon is igsian yung, imomodify po yung proyekto. Ibig sabihin, kung yan 10 kilometro dapat, pwedeng gawin ng DPWH, iigsian, no, yung proyekto nyo para lang maging implementable. Pero, yan po, ginagawa po yan, no? It's called modification, no? But, yun nga, sayang nga po yung economic activity. Kasi obviously, pagka yung 10 kilometro po, ginawa na lang 5 kilometro o 3 kilometro, lesser economic activity po yun, mas maigsi yung trabaho, yung araw na pagtatrabahuan ng ating mga kababayan, etc. Mas konting simento, mas konting bakal, etc. So yun po ang real effect po ng isang proyektong tulad nung pinakita natin kanina. Pero tama po kayo. Marami pong mga proyekto ang DPWH na hindi natatapos ng on time, no? Pero ganun po ang immediate effect kung susundin po natin yung nasa Senate version. So, tama po kayo, we can live with it. We can, to be quite honest. But that is the real effect. If a project is reduced from 41 million to 13 million, when the real price based on the new prices is a project of 30 million, then there will be an effect on the project itself. Yun na po, we're just informing the honorable members of the BICAM of that real effect.
Okay, so I understand, no? You're basically agreeing with me that if necessary, pwede naman ituloy yon the next year, okay? And the reason, and I understand yung nanghihinayang po tayo na, pero kung pwede naman buuin, sino ba naman may gustong mabitin? For example, may sports project ako dun sa probinsya ni Congressman Abet Garcia. Eh, ba't ko naman ipapa 2 years from now kung pwede nang mabuo next year, kung pwede nang maglaro yung mga bata doon, kung pwede na tayong magkaroon ng the next Southeast Asian Games champion doon, di ba? Bakit nga naman? I agree. But, ito na nga yung next point na sinasabi ko. Mr. Secretary, you will recall how important communication is, especially during the time that you were the COVID SAR, the vaccination SAR. No less than WHO emphasized that one of the pillars in addressing this COVID epidemic was proper communications. Apat lang yung pillars nila, di ko na maalala yung tatlo. Pero yung communication, imagine, was included in the pillars, communication. So ito nangyari. Nabalitaan na merong mga flood control and massive corruption in DPWH. And the President made a statement about it. And then DPWH stepped up under your leadership and addressing this, going on site, identifying the areas that were victims of this massive corruption. So what did we communicate to the people? Hindi tayo papayag na may ganitong klaseng korupsyon. Hindi tayo papayag na may mga kontraktor at may mga konsyabang government employees, officials from all levels, hindi tayo papayag. That is the message. That was what was communicated. So when we step into this BICAM today, ang bit-bit natin lahat, or at least namin sa Senado, nag-reduce ng presyo based on that same communication, based on that same script. Ito ang gagawin natin para sa taong bayan. We will show up. We will not allow this to happen. So when you come back now and tell us, nagbago na yung script, there's other reasons why hindi natin pwedeng babaan. Napakahirap kasi wala tayong enough time na i-communicate ng maayos sa taong bayan yan. Kahit ako, nahihirapan akong intindihin, sikmurahin because we made an across the board, across the what do you call that? An all of government, all of government approach. Whole of government approach, di ba? The President, his alter ego, the Secretary, members of the House, members of the Senate. Tapos, ang pinangahawakan ng mga tao is we will not allow this overpricing. I know it is not as simple as that. Many times, personally, I have had to make tough decisions in pushing for measures, including, let's say, the Create Law. Hindi naman lahat masaya ang mga businessmen doon dahil may mga tinamaan. Sabi natin, wag na natin ibigay yung todo-todong, ano tawag dito, yung deductions, yung incentives. Yung incentives that they have been receiving for 40 years. Siguro naman after 40 years, pwede na kayo magbayad ng tax, di ba? Pwede sila masaya, but we have to do the difficult thing. So I am very willing, Mr. Chairman, to do the difficult job. To try to see kung papaano tayo makakapag-provide ng more support to economic activities, especially in the countryside. But it cannot be at the expense of people thinking that we are backtracking, thinking that ngayon, okay lang sa atin na ibalik yung presyong mataas. Kasi yun nga yung presyong dinatnan natin nung may korupsyon. Ang hirap himayin, tapos nagmamadali pa. Napakahirap. At hindi ko yata kayang gawin kasi nga, Hindi yan yung kinommunicate natin sa mga tao. Kaya even though, and I think my colleagues will vouch for this, I'm always willing to listen. I'm always willing to listen, to change my mind if I am presented with facts, with evidence that will require that I change my mind. That is our job. We should be, hindi bagay dito yung sarado utak. So kailangan open tayo. Pero ang hirap intindihin. Yun lang talaga. So that is where I personally have difficulty. And you know that, Mr. Secretary, ikaw pa, I always listen to you. Intindihin nyo lang sana po kung gaano kahirap ito kasi the people also trust. Sabi nyo nga, it's a trust issue. Yes, and the people trust us. So we cannot just say, ibabalik yung presyo. I heard you, Mr. Secretary. Hindi totoo, ibabalik yung flood control project. I heard you. Hindi totoo. Lahat ng hindi totoo, I heard you. But simply putting back that budget sends the wrong message. And we know that. We know that. We are all communication experts in our own little way. So, yun po, if somebody can shed light, can improve this communication in the next 24 hours, then let's try to do it because no one here does not want to see countryside development. No one here does not want to support. O baka double negative, hindi maintindihan. Baliktarin ko na lang. Everyone here wants to support development in Mindanao, in Visayas, in Palawan, of course. Lahat, hindi, tinuro ko na kanina pa. Lahat naman gusto, pero sa panong paraan na ang tao kaya nilang intindihin na hindi natin tinatalikuran yung ating commitment sa kanila, na hindi tayo papayag na may kalokohan, and all, I say all, the safeguards are there. So yun lang, Mr. Secretary, you know me well enough to know that I don't want to make your job harder than it is. I have so much admiration for the work you have done and the work you continue to do. But help us out here because this is not something that we can easily just say, okay lang, balik sa presyong gano'n. Mahirap po.
Unang-una po, Madam Chair, maraming salamat. At tama po lahat ng sinabi nyo. This is a trust issue. But I think, first and foremost, hindi po ibig sabihin na kapag sumunod po tayo sa budgets ng mga proyekto sa HGAB, ibig sabihin, ibinabalik natin ang overprice. Yun po, I think, ang paulit-ulit ko na rin pong sinasabi. Bakit po? Dahil binaba na po ng DPWH, dahil sa direktiba ng Pangulo, ang presyo ng mga materyales. Binaba na po. Ang question na lang po dito is, paano po ia-apply yung pagbaba ng presyo sa bawat isa sa mahigit 10,000 proyekto na naibaba sa Senate version. Yun lang po yun. No? Pagka po sinunod natin yung reductions base sa Senate version, meron po tayong makikitang mga proyekto tulad ng mga ipinresenta namin kanina na posibleng hindi may implement in full. Tama din po kayo. Pwede namang ituloy yon next year. Tama po kayo doon. Pero ang hinihiling po namin sa Senado at sa bicameral is payagan po ang DPWH na magbaba nung mga presyong yon. Dahil po meron yung mga taga DPWH po ang nakakaalam kung paano gagawin. Ngayon po, alam ko po na merong hindi pagtitiwala. Aaminin ko, kahit ako, hindi nagtitiwala. Kaya po nagpalabas po ako ng department order nitong nakaraang linggo lang para siguraduhin na talagang ibababa ang presyo sa bawat proyekto ng bawat regional director at district engineer. Yun po ang pinresenta ko ngayon. Kaya po ako nagpapasalamat sa imbitasyon ni Chairman Win at ni Chairperson Mika. Pero uulitin ko din po, ito po ay hiling lamang at ultimately po, ang desisyon ay nasa Kongreso. Hindi po ako nakikipag-debate. Pinepresenta ko lang po ang nakikita ko ngayon bilang DPWH Secretary. At yun po ang aking pinisinta kung ano po ang desisyon ng Kongreso, ng Bicameral Conference Committee. Yun po ay susundin natin kung ano man po. Maraming salamat po.
Just one question lang, Sec. Sabi nyo na baba na yung presyo. I think mariresolve natin to kung yung presyong ibinaba nyo, ima-apply na natin ngayon dito sa budget na pinag-uusapan. I think that will resolve lahat ng problema ho natin.
Opo. Unfortunately, sinabi ko din po ito nung hearing, nung ako po'y tinanong ni Senator Legarda, is not possible. And ang sabi po sa akin,
Not possible.
it is not possible. Kasi nga po, sa volume po, sa dami ng mga proyekto, hindi po ito, lalo na po ngayon na kailangan na pong maipasa ang budget. So, ito na lang po talaga ang paraan. Kaya po namin hiniling ito sa Bicameral Conference Committee.
Pero kung kaya naman kung may political will, kaya naman
Hindi
gawin.
po, it is physically impossible. I was just told again, I kept on asking, actually the whole day, even yesterday, I kept on asking, kaya ba? Ang sabi nga sa akin, hindi kaya. Hindi daw po kayang, sa dami po ng mga proyektong kailangan
Ilang
baguhin.
proyekto ang pinag-uusapan natin?
Ang kinat po ata ng Senado ay 10,000 proyekto, if I'm not mistaken. So, Mr. Chairman, kung ako tatanungin mo, kilala niyo naman po ako, pagka merong kailangan gawin, ako po yung unang magsasabing kayang gawin.
Actually, kilala nga kita.
Opo, no,
Bihira kang humindi.
bihira po akong magsabi na hindi kayang gawin, no? Pero in this case, ang sabi ko po sa akin, imposible daw po itong magawa in the limited time that we have. Kaya ito na lang po ang inihiling namin. Pero again, ito po ay desisyon ng Kongreso.
Sen, if I may, I'd like to pose a few questions to Secretary Vince. But before that, siguro po, ililinawin ko lang yung mga napag-usapan natin. Yung sinabi po ni Sec Vince na hindi naman po tayo nagkakalayo doon sa, pare-pareho po tayo, tulad na rin po ni SBC, na gusto talaga natin na mayroong makat. Wala pong problema doon sa data, tulad po na sinabi ni Sec Vince na yung adjustment factor ay yun, sa kasalukuyan. Pero siguro yung problema nga ay pagdating doon sa application. Una, yung across the board na reduction. Hindi nga man lang bumaba sa level ng probinsya. Nakalagay lang, nakita ko po yung adjustment factor, region lang. So sa bawat probinsya po, iba pa yon. So dapat hindi nga man lang sapat yung pagka-granular dahil bukod po sa adjustment factor ng region, dapat meron pang adjustment factor sa bawat probinsya. So yun po siguro yung una. Pangalawa po, tulad po ng sinabi ni Sec Vince, sa kasalukuyang forma po na inilagay ng Senado, hindi ang kinaltasan po, ang inapplyan po ng adjustment factor, and let me know, Sec Vince, if I'm getting it correctly. Ang inapplyan po ng adjustment factor ng Senado ay yung buong project cost. Hindi po yung CMPD component lang. So halimbawa, kasi Sec Vince, di ba, iba-iba po. Bawat project, iba po yung porsyento ng project na CMPD component. Halimbawa po, para po sa asphalting, ang alam ko parang ilang percent sa asphalting? Sa asphalting is 60% ng total project cost yung CMPD. Sa concreting naman, 43% lang ng total cost yung CMPD. So ang tanong ko po, tama po ba ang pagkakaintindi ko na ang ginawa po ng Senado ay regardless of what percentage of the total project cost is the CMPD component, hindi po nila kinonsider yon. Ang buong 100% po ng proyekto yung kanilang kinaltasan.
Hindi ko po masasabi with certainty kung ano po ang ginawa ng Senado. Pero nung tinignan ko po yung mga adjustment, parang ganun po. No? Halimbawa dun sa Romblon project na asphalting, 68% po yung average price adjustment for Region 4B at yun po ay kinaltas ng buo dun sa 41 million na project na yun. For that example alone po, no?
Opo, kasi ang pagkakaintindi ko po, bukod po sa CMPD, may labor component, may hauling
po.
component. So ang nangyari po, kahit yung labor component at hauling component, nai-apply po nila yung adjustment factor na dapat sana ay sa CMPD lang.
Tama po kayo. Yung, at least for the projects po na nakita namin, ganun po. No? But of course, hindi ko po masasabi.
So doon pa lang po, siguro po gusto ko lang po i-highlight, meron na po tayong problema doon sa application ng CMPD. Bukod sa across the board siya, na nasa regional level lang, hindi provincial level, at alam natin yan, sa bawat probinsya, iba din, bawat bayan, kasi yung iba mas malayo sa sentro, mas mahal pa po yung cost. Yun po, yung adjustment factor pa lang, iba-iba na eh. Hindi sapat yung pagka-granular ng adjustment factor.
Opo, ganun po yung nakita namin. At ano po, pero para din pong ipakita yung other side, no? Meron din pong mga proyekto na kulang naman ang bawas. No, meron pong proyekto na sobra ang bawas, meron pong proyekto na kulang ang bawas. Pero ang rason po is kapareho din po nung sinasabi nyo na dapat po i-apply ng tama yung pag-adjust dahil nga po ang materyales hindi yan 100% na component nung buong proyekto. Marami pa pong ibang mga component tulad ng labor, tulad ng equipment at iba pa.
Ang
Tama po.
pakiramdam ko po, yung discrepancy po, kaya nagiging unimplementable yung ibang mga projects ay dahil sa dalawang dahilan. Una, yun yung inaccuracy in terms of the CMPD in particular geographic locations. Kasi iba yun eh. Tapos pangalawa po, in-apply siya sa kabuuang project cost imbes doon lang sa CMPD component ng project. So, yun po siguro gusto ko lang i-establish, meron po tayong discrepancy in terms of the application of the adjustment factor. Tama po ang sinabi ni Sec Vince, tama po yung data. Nandun po, galing po sa DPWH yan. Pero dun po sa application, mukha pong meron tayong discrepancy na nagmumula po doon. Pangalawa po, Sec Vince, this was already asked by Senwin, 9,900 projects were affected by the CMPD reductions. Pwede ko po ba matanong, ano po yung total cost ng 9,900 projects na yon?
roughly 400 billion po.
So sa 400 billion na yon, siguro po just an estimate, and this is again high level kasi tinanong po kay Sec Vince kanina kung may estimate na po ba sila kung ilang porsyento ng projects yung magiging unimplementable. At this stage, hindi pa po kayang gawin ni Sec Vince yun, and I agree it's physically impossible for the DPWH to be able to do that assessment now. Pero pagpalagay na lang po natin na 25% o 25% noong mga projects na yon ay magiging unimplementable. And I think that is a little bit conservative, but let's put it at that. At that, 25% of 406 billion. So ano po yon? 101.5 billion pesos. So ibig sabihin po, imbes na yung 101.5 billion pesos na yon, magko-contribute na po sa economic growth, magko-contribute na po sa local economy, yung multiplier effect doon sa mga businesses na kukuhanan po noong mga supplies and aggregates, yun po, nawala po yun. Idagdag pa po natin doon yung intangibles. Yung kawalan ng trabaho ng mga construction worker, yung kawalan ng kita ng mga hardware, yung sana ay napakinabangan na ng mga komunidad, yung mga proyekto. So 101 billion plus the unquantifiable, which would be the other losses to government. Siguro po, kung atin pong babalangkasin yun, mas malaki po yung mawawala sa ating bansa kung itutuloy po ito at magiging unimplementable po yung projects kumpara po doon sa perceived savings of 54 billion pesos dahil sa CMPD cut sa stage po ng budget. So yun po siguro, kung babalangkasin lang po natin siguro po mahina na po na ilang daang bilyong piso ang mawawala sa ating ekonomiya at sa ating komunidad kung naging unimplementable yung mga projects kumpara po sa perceived savings of 54 billion pesos by cutting the CMPD reduction. Sunod po na punto, Sec Vince, just to understand po, yung adjustment factor po na inyong ibinigay, that is based on a particular date, di ba? An adjustment factor can change based on prevailing prices of materials in the market. Kasi po may as of date yan, di ba?
Yes, that is correct po. Our CMPD issuance po is dated October 30. So it is reflective of prices as of that date.
So just to understand po, Sec Vince, halimbawa po, and again, I am not an engineer, I am not familiar with construction. Pero ang tanong ko po, di ba po, ang gagamitin kong example, nung sumabog po yung Russia-Ukraine war, di ba po tumaas po ng sobra yung presyo ng oil na sa merkado, ng crudo, at naapektuhan po nun lahat ng mga commodities, hindi lang po ng construction commodities, kahit ibang commodities. So, is it correct that if instances like that occur, the adjustment factor will definitely change?
Yes, in fact, ang mekanismo po sa DPWH is meron pong price escalation committee na pagka meron pong external shock, no, na nagpataas ng presyo ng materyales, ng bakal, ng simento, etc. Pwede pong i-convene yung committee yon para mag-adjust, no? Pwede din pong pataas, pwede din pababa.
So the CMPD reductions applied in the third reading version of the Senate were based on the October 30 dates for the adjustment factors. And it's highly likely that by the time the projects are bidded out, alam naman po natin yan na hindi naman lahat nabibid ng sabay-sabay lahat ng projects. Yung iba po sa simula ng taon, yung iba po sa kalagitnaan ng taon. Iba-iba na po yung presyo. Posibleng malaki yung pagkakaiba ng presyo noong binid siya ng January kumpara po sa binid siya ng June?
Kung wala naman pong malaking external shock, kung meron pong pagbabago, hindi naman po masyadong malaki yon. No? Pero tama po kayo, posible pong magbago ang presyo at meron naman pong mekanismo para mag-adjust doon.
Kaya yun po siguro yung isa ko din na gustong i-point out. Kasi po yung adjustment factor po na ginagamit natin na basis ng reduction natin sa pinapanukala pong pagbawas ay nakabase po doon sa presyo ng mga materyales ng October 30. Pero posible po na by the time the projects get bidded, the adjustment factor would be a lot different. The CMPDs, the CMPD prices would be a lot different than they were when the adjustment factors were submitted by DPWH in October 30 of 2025. So yun lang po siguro yung gusto kong i-point out para lang po mas maintindihan natin pagdating doon sa adjustment factor na hindi po siya set in stone. It's not a static document. It can change based on the prevailing prices of the materials in the market. So yun po yung posible. Sabi nga po ni Sec Vince, baka po masyado mataas, posible ding masyadong mababa. Yung kasalukuyang 54 billion na nakapaloob po sa third reading version ng Senado. Siguro po yung sunod na tanong ko lang, Sec Vince, yung safeguards, i-run through ko lang po. Yung pinakaunang safeguard ay yung yung department order. Yun po, 'di ba? Nasisiguraduhin natin na sisigurado po pala ng DPWH, hindi po pala kasama ang Senado at Kongreso doon sa implementation. Sisiguraduhin po ng DPWH na ang mga district engineer offices ay i-implement po yung reductions para po makakuha ng savings. At as you mentioned po, Sec Vince, this is the very first time na nagkaroon ng ganong department order na meron ng nakapaloob na penal provision na may karampatan ng parusa yung mga lalabag doon po sa department order na yon.
Opo, tama po kayo, ma'am.
So that is an unprecedented move on the part of DPWH just to further ensure that these projects will have savings. I understand the sentiments not just of the members of the Bicameral Conference but of the general public. Meron nga pong trust issue. At siguro ilang beses na po binanggit ni Sec Vince na naiintindihan niya po yon na meron pong pag-aalinlangan ang ating mga kababayan kahit po tayo na nandito sa kwarto na meron po tayong pag-aalinlangan sa DPWH. Pero again, I second the manifestation of Senator Pia. I've seen how Sec Vince has been working this past few months. Hindi na siya natutulog. And you see a department secretary actually go to all of these areas to inspect. So I'm hopeful, Sec Vince, and I hope that if the Bicameral Conference Committee grants your request, sana po hindi po masayang yung tiwala na amin pong ibibigay sa inyo. But knowing you and knowing the type of work that you have been doing, I am very, very hopeful po that our trust will not go to waste.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much po. Trabaho lang po tayo. Ano lang po, yun po ang kabigin ng Pangulo. Pero let me just say na ito pong lahat ng ginagawa namin sa DPWH ngayon ng mga reforma at marami pa pong parating. Ito pong mga direktiba ng ating Pangulo. Lahat po ito actually ay unprecedented. Ito po ay hindi pa nagagawa in the past. So tuloy-tuloy lang po kami ayon sa direktiba ng Pangulo at maraming salamat po. At yun nga po, hihintayin po namin ang magiging desisyon ng Bicameral Conference Committee. Maraming salamat po at kung ano po ang wisdom ng Kongreso, yun naman po ang ating susundin. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you po. But again, Senwin, of course, to our colleagues in the Senate, I understand also where you're coming from, of course. I was listening to the quotes that were cited by Senator Kiko and Senator Lauren. There may have been statements during the previous hearings and the previous deliberations that may have led our colleagues, and not just our colleagues in both houses, but the general public to also think na pwede siyang i-cut at the onset. So siguro po lininaw naman po yun ni Sec Vince na yung iba po niyang mga sinabi ay parang conditional po kasi yung mga pronouncements niya. So I definitely understand where our colleagues in the Senate is coming from. Pero sana po, given the information that Sec Vince has shared, and sabi nga po ni Senator Pia, we're all open naman to deliberating on this matter. Sana po we can come to an agreement with regard to this. Thank you very much po.
Thank you, Chairperson Mika. Dahil nabuksan po yung kung paano po in-apply ng Senado yung cut sa mga proyekto dahil po merong mga overpricing, gusto ko lang pong linawin kung paano ho namin ginawa. At yung data ay galing po sa DPWH. So meron hong letter dated December 5, 2025. At babasahin ko lang po yung portion ng letter na yon. Please be informed that the department applied the updated material prices to DPWH revised NEP 2026, projecting savings of approximately 60 billion pesos. Then sabi niya after, these projected savings were computed using standardized adjustment factors adopted due to time constraints that rendered a project-by-project re-estimation impracticable. So ibig sabihin, yung 60 billion, or sa amin nga, yung computation namin, mas mababa pa eh. Ang computation ho namin is 54 to be exact, no? Ay ginamit po yung adjustment factors. In other words, kung ano po yung ginamit ng DPWH para mag-arrive ng 60 billion, yun rin po ang ginamit namin pag-arrive nung 54 billion. Exactly the same. At the way they computed adjustment factor, yung adjustment factor ho, to make it less technical, takes into consideration lahat ng materials po, lahat ng equipment, materials, labor, OCM, VAT, IAW. So hindi ho in-apply ho to sa materials lang, in-apply ho to sa lahat, weighted average, at nagkaroon po ng adjustment factor. So, yung adjustment factor na yun ang in-apply ho namin sa presyo ng budget. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
Secretary?
I'm
Tama
looking-
po ba yung explanation ko?
Tama po. I'm looking at the letter now. Ang
But yung adjustment application, application ho namin sa adjustment factor, tama o hindi?
ang application po ng adjustment factor, kailangan po talagang gawin per project. Pero for purposes po of estimating the total estimated savings, ito po ang ginawa natin. Kaya nga po, very clear po dun sa second paragraph ng aking sulat na dahil nga po hindi namin magagawa yung project per project estimation, ito po ang aming ginawa para po to come up with a estimated savings of 60 billion.
Yeah, pero ang tanong, Secretary, yung ginawa nyo, tsaka ginawa namin, ginamit namin parehong adjustment factor. Tama po ba?
To come up with a estimated total
Yeah,
savings.
but
Correct.
pareho.
Tama po.
Diba? So,
Tama
in
po.
other words, yung methodology ninyo, tsaka methodology ng Senado, tama.
Tama po.
Pareho.
Tama po.
Hindi, pareho.
Pareho po.
O, yung
Tama
pareho.
po.
So,
To come up with the estimated savings na total.
correct.
Pero po,
So, wala naman ho kaming ginawang iba sa inyo. Tama?
ay tama po. Tama po.
Correct.
Tama po. Tama po. Pero ito nga po yung aming paulit-ulit na sasabihin, dahil nga po hindi ito na-apply per project, meron pong risk na merong mga proyekto na dahil iba ang kanilang sitwasyon, halimbawa, yung pinakita po natin dito sa Romblon, masyado pong magiging either mataas ang bawas or masyado pong magiging maliit ang bawas. Kaya po, ang tama po talagang paraan, pag tayo'y mag-i-implement na nung ating price decrease, iisa-isahin po ito dapat natin. So yun lang po. No? Hopefully po, that is very clear. Kasi ano po, kailangan maintindihan po ng mga kababayan natin yun.
Malagay, I just want to put on record that the methodology and the adjustment factor that you used, pareho doon sa ginawa namin sa Senado.
Tama po. As far as computing the estimated total savings, tama po.
Okay. Next question. Ito, nasabi na ni Senator Pieto kanina at ni Senator Kiko. Nakita ko ho kasi dito sa adjustment factor, lahat po to horizontal projects. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
So in other words, wala hong building.
Wala pa po.
Asphalt overlay, concrete road rehabilitation. So in other words, pag bumaba ang presyo, ang effect ho nito, pwedeng umiksi yung kalye.
Kung mali po ang pag-apply nung adjustment factor sa isang project, posible po yon. Pero kung tama po ang pag-apply, naniniwala po kami na viable at implementable pa rin po yung project.
Correct. Ang punto ko, yung project, pwedeng i-implement, pero mas maiksi lang.
Pwede po.
Tama?
Tama po kayo.
Mas maiksi, pero tamang presyo.
Tama po. Tama
Correct?
po yun.
So yun ang gusto ho natin. Tamang presyo, tamang length.
Opo, mas maganda po yung tamang presyo at tama din yung length.
Correct. So
No?
hindi tama na unimplementable siya.
Unimplementable po kung ano yung proyektong nakalagay sa General Appropriations Act. Ito'y pumasa. Dahil po, kagaya po nung ginawa nyo, Mr. Chairman, di ba po, minandato nyo kami na kailangan may station number, may haba. So kung ang station number po, ang haba po noon ay 10 kilometro, pero ang nangyari po, bumaba po sobra yung budget noon sa GAA, iigsi po ngayon yung proyekto.
Pero,
Yun lang po, pero tama po kayo.
pero pwede,
May implement pa rin po siya, pero kung mali po ang pagka-apply, mas maigsi siya. Ngayon, kung mali naman po, pero sobra, pwede din po
Correct.
lumaba.
diba?
Tama
Correct.
po.
Kasi meron din kayong ano dito na
Kulang yung bawas.
yes, kulang
Tama
ang
po.
bawas. Pwede
Tama
rin
po.
humaba siya.
Tama po.
At meron ding special provision na pwedeng mag-modify.
Tama po.
General provision na pwedeng mag-modify.
Tama po.
So depende doon sa presyo, sa budget, pwede niyang i-modify mahaba o maikli.
Pwede po yan.
Pero mai-implement.
May implement pa rin po, pero iba na ang
So,
specs.
iba.
Iba na po ang haba, iba na po yung ano.
Oo, correct. So, kasi para lang maintindihan nun namin
Tama po yun.
na pwedeng ma-implement, maiksi lang o mahaba siya.
Tama po.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, just on that point very quickly. Therefore, it is unimplementable given the existing specs. But if it is modified, then it becomes implementable.
You are correct, Mr. Senator.
Diba? So if
Mr. Chairman.
we reduce the budget as we have proposed, a number of the projects with the existing specifications, unless modified, will be unimplementable. But if modified, can be implementable with this last budget.
You are absolutely correct, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, I find it difficult to agree that, if the project is 10 kilometers and what is given by the Senate is only 5, you can beat the 10 and it becomes 5 because there are coordinates. In other words, these are location, there's a specific, like, again, the Oro BCIR Road, Butuan Cayenne Road, there is really specification. Now, I don't know how it can be bidded out in a separate way. You have to change everything. If you follow the Senate, not only are we lessening everything, you've lessened your budget by 255 billion, you're going to lessen it pa by the Senate of 53 billion. What happens to our development of our country? But please clarify that, because the way I see the budget, there are coordinates, there are specific stations of where to start it. How can there be, if the Senate will be the amounts approved, how can you be that? You have to change everything, and you have to change our GAA. That is the problem. That's why we cannot have that. I don't think, Vince, you can do that, because the bidding will be based on what our GAA states on the length. That is, that's my
Mr. Chairman.
experience, in the projects that we have in Cagayan de Oro. Lahat yun, mayroong specific meters, specific coordinates, specific lengths. So can we get a clarification? Na
Yes.
pwede pala yun na i-reduce ng Senate, we continue with the budget?
There is a general provision po, Mr. Chairman, it has been explained to me, on modification. Meaning, halimbawa po, no? Yung pong kaninang proyekto na 13 million na lang ang natira out of 41. Pag yun po ay pinabid, sigurado po yun in its present form, wala pong magbibid doon. Pero allowed po ng ating General Appropriations Act na mag-modify ang DPWH. Ibig sabihin, sasabihin po ni DPWH, okay, walang nagbid na ganito sa presyong ito, pwede naming paigsiin, pwede naming bawasan ng lane. Doon po magbabago na po. Hindi na po magiging kapareho nung line item ng General Appropriations Act, yung project na i-implement because of that modification. At pag yun po ay minodify at meron pong nagbid, ibig sabihin po, may implement na po siya, pero iba na po. Tama po si
Yeah, but
Congressman Rufus.
we are talking here of implementing projects as soon as possible once there is already the budget and there is already the reduction and there's the procurement. We are talking here of delaying all the 10,000 projects because you will be modifying everything because the Senate has reduced everything.
Ang magiging impact po nun talaga ay, syempre po, may iigsi yung kalye, hindi makakakonekta agad kung saan dapat i-konekta. Yun po ang magiging impact nun. Pero kung ang tanong po ay, pwede bang i-implement kung ito ay i-modify? Pwede po.
Pwede, but it has all the complications and
Yes.
difficulties that we are avoiding. We are avoiding so that na-delay na nga tayo sa 2025, Secretary. We don't want to delay these projects. I-reduce na nga yung amount natin eh. I-reduce why? Because of the costas materiales reduction. And so that is why we appeal that we continue with the HGov figures, but it will be reduced clearly. Yun ang mga,
Opo.
yun ang there's no other option,
Opo.
Secretary.
And
Otherwise, we don't have this Wala eh. You know, you will practically be talking about 2027 already. Kasi matagal yung modification. There's so much to be done. We know that. We have been in the district for so long.
Tama po. There will definitely be huge delays, Mr. Chairman. And at the same time, of course, there is the corresponding economic impact of that situation, where you were supposed to build a 10-kilometer road, now you are just building 5. There will be less laborers who will be hired. There will be less cement that will be bought. I mean, those are all consequences of that, Mr. Chairman. But I think the question po was, can it be done? And the answer is yes, it can be done. Thank you po.
Madam Chair, to add,
Last one po, Senwin. Okay,
just
if it's
following the line of discussion. So kung modification, discretionary na naman po ito ng regions and districts. So kung may discretion, this can be another area that is prone to corruption. So we might be creating another problem by doing this. Kasi discretionary na naman yung modification. So yun lang po, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Senwin, if we may request for a suspension, if we can suspend for a little bit. Meeting is suspended. Uh, This Bicameral Conference Committee meeting is hereby suspended.
The part of the Senate, this Bicameral Conference Committee is hereby suspended until 4 p.m. tomorrow. Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Thank you.